Hello, and that's not what we were supposed to be looking at. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is probably going to be the last Q&A stream we do for a while. So if you had any questions, this would be a good time. First question is, what's up? Not too much. What's up with you? Hey, Mouse. Hey, King. Hey, everyone. Are you going to do another podcast with Lambert? I have another podcast planned. Lambert and Malforian are not going to be the guests on that podcast, though, in terms of what we have going on. But that is in the works. Here we go. Hello, hello. Why the final one in a while? There's a couple reasons, but the one I can talk about is that Victoria 3... the new patch is coming out next week, so I'm probably going to be streaming Victoria 3 on the weekends for at least the next 2 weekends. And also because I think I've answered a lot of questions already in previous streams, and to some extent it's getting repeated, or people are just asking me about new stuff that other content creators have said, and if I agree with their opinion type of things. Can you play as Conquistador? I don't think so, because I think the Conquistadors just become colonial nations. I'm not really sure. We do have... I haven't tried it, because I haven't... I've been needing to go into a Castile run, currently doing a Delhi run, want to get 100 years in on that, and then probably... Or actually, I might be 100 years in right now. I think I'm a little bit less. But I want to get 100 years on that, then go over to Yuan and get 100 years on that. With starts I think are strong, or reasonably strong. It's kind of easy to flub the start on either Yuan or Delhi. I think they're both probably the top 2 countries, though. Whether or not you consider the play as release, which is what I'm going to try with Yuan, or dealing with the disaster, which is what I wanted to try with Delhi, because remaining Delhi does seem really, really strong, whereas going Bahmani seems kind of weak or less preferable, and the flip side is true for Yuan, where with Yuan in particular, I think you would rather be Chinese than Mongolian, and so I think you would rather flip, and so the strategy is probably in regards to that sort of thing. We'll probably do an AAR for this, unless we want to keep it a secret how we kind of coasted through the situation as Delhi. Because that would make for a good video once we get closer to, or once we get to the point where we can release videos. Something like this. But overall, like, Delhi's got some really, really strong things going on for it. Hey, Trash Waifu, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday indeed. First multiplayer might be Bohemia. Are the RGOs the same as on the map as Tinto? I haven't played Boho, so I'm not exactly sure. Usually I can, I just, eyeball something. If I played in the region, I kind of just know everything that's there, but I haven't played Boho too much. I know that they have a ton. I guess I've played Austria a little bit, so I kind of know what's in Bohemia. Let's take a look for the German. German. Germany's freaking huge, but, yeah. I'm gonna be delusional and say that it's the last one in a while because he has to record playthroughs and not because of Vic 3 DLC. You're welcome to think that. I will not comment on it. Yeah. The thing is if you comment on something saying you don't know, or, this is not the case, then you don't protect your range. If you always do that when it's a no, and then when it's a yes, you say, oh, I won't talk about it, then people can infer by you saying, oh, I don't know, that, XYZ thing. And so you have to be... If you really want to conceal information, you gotta be a little bit more cagey than that. Of course, it's not always easy to be, on top of things, so... Ooh, thank you for the $5 financial literacy. In the latest patch, did they increase the amount of farmland in England, in particular in East Anglia, sticking at the northwest of London? I did not notice an increase, but I didn't, as soon as the patch happened, I didn't just rush to Great Britain to see what was going on. However, Great Britain didn't have any, when they changed some of the territories, what happens is they become terra incognita. Britain didn't have any terra incognita, so I assume... Thank you so very much for the £5. But I assume that what's going on with Great Britain is that nothing's been changed because nothing was terra incognita. If you load up an old save on the new patch, lands that were changed get terra incognita. We're doing a new podcast, but not with Malfurion and Lambert, or we don't have one planned with them currently. I mean, I think eventually we'll get to one with them. Damn, got in at the start of the sentence, and I thought you were ending the stream. No, that'd be a very quick stream. Hello, hello. Let's see. It's funny how we went from Lutheran Spain to, in that dev diary, it was cursed. So I think Catholic is actually just super, super bad to be on. But Lutheran, like, as of right now, Lutheran kind of feels bad to swap onto 2 because they only have 3 unique texts, but I think the Lutheran mechanics are just, like, considerably better. So, like, maybe you want to go Lutheran anyways. Also, you get past the Treaty of Tosadais or Tortillas or what have you. If you keep a secret from us, at least tell Paradox anything you know, particularly powerful, I hope you tell him. Depending on how close it is to release, I will make fewer balanced suggestions regarding individual nations and more regarding specific systems, because as I'm trying to construct scripts for videos and stuff, and some of those include top lists, if I tell them to nerf everything I think is in the top 5, that makes it very difficult for me to use my notes for videos. You know what I mean? I've been vocal about what mechanics I think are really strong, so they can infer, like, which ones I think are good. Like, tax efficiency and max tax are really kind of the things that give you escape velocity economically. But I think that that's intentional, because a lot of countries that are, like, big historic countries are the ones that get those extra modifiers. And I've also seen a lot of those modifiers nerfed, and I've talked about those modifiers a lot, so I don't think it's, like, that big a mystery what modifiers are extremely good. Really appreciate all the videos. My only question about the naval control, I really like the system. It makes control earlier, and combining roads with inland is great. But does it really seem silly how much control you can push early? No, I think maritime is underpowered, and I think it's... I think if you just look at the control map mode, it looks really insane, but the thing is it doesn't push market access that well. And market access throttles you in a way similar to control. Also, a thing is that there is a power spike, okay? Let's see, can you guys see this entire... Oop. Can you see this entire thing on the... Okay. So there's a very, very significant power spike. So the first, like, most countries will not be able to go maritime for the first 70 years, okay? So 70 years, roads are just way better because you're having to spend, like, 40 to go through sea zones. Which sometimes you go through sea zones, anyways, even though it costs 40. It's really, really expensive, okay? And for a lot of countries, this will be in Europe. This will be about the case. If you're in Italy, you'll be able to get it faster. If you start with light ships like Portugal, you'll be able to just like use those light ships at the game start. But galleys are really a lot more expensive per maritime. And then you maybe get it 50 years in, and then it takes 20 years to ramp up your maritime or something like this, or unless you super overinvest in the light ships, but then that's expensive and it incurs a cost. And if you rush, it used to be really far in the back of the tree, barks, but now it's been brought to the front of the tree. If you rush going for light ships, you're giving up something. So even getting it in 70 years has a cost, right? Okay? And then, here boats are best, let's say. Or boats are very, very strong. That's not how you spell boat. Got ahead of ourselves. There's an O there. Or actually, let's just do Navy. Here you like Navy. Okay? Then, after 130-ish years... you'll unlock paved roads, because you'll want to rush paved roads. Roads are stronger, or extremely strong. 130 years, you'll get roads. Alright, even though they're in different text trees, getting your first, like, round of techs is generally a lot slower than getting your second round of techs, or institutions. And institutions generally spread faster. And so it's not the case that you get the roads like 100 years later. You get them like 50 or 60 years later. And also remember, you have an additional cost to get like the maritime early. And at this point, boats might still be better, but it's close. And they're not doing something I think that is way, way stronger than roads. So like, infrastructure is supposed to be strong. Like, you do a lot better when you have maritime as opposed to when you don't. But you're like, the point of the game where it seems really, really crazy is in between the 70 and 130 year period. And after that, it doesn't really get any sort of buffs whatsoever. And then maybe 330 years into the game. Is that right? Let's see. This, we will be in exploration, or discovery, then we have reformation, and then we have absolutism, so 200 more years. Maybe 330 years into the game, you get modern roads, and modern roads are super cracked. But, and then land starts to look better. Like, in terms of this, comparing it, whether or not it should be strong. Or, like, is it too strong type of thing. Because it's very obviously strong, but it's also what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be building infrastructure. You're supposed to be getting paid out for it, this type of stuff. Great Britain and Portugal aren't supposed to be feckless little islands, right? They're actually supposed to be, or Great Britain's not supposed to be a feckless little island, right? It's supposed to actually be powerful. When you get modern roads, now the reduction you can get on land is just significantly larger than you can get on a sea zone, because these give minus 30 flat. To be fair, you get minus 30 flat when going downstream on rivers, just in general. But that combined with percentage, you're going to be able to push through land much easier. And then also dev is increasing. And development gives you percentage modifiers, right? That decrease proximity costs. So you get decreased proximity costs from dev. And so, as the game goes on, Naval kind of just stays at this power level because you can't get over 100 maritime and it just gets cheaper for you to get. But the cheaper that it's getting is just like, kind of like, not like, you're getting way richer so that the point that it's getting cheaper is kind of irrelevant because you're producing more money per location. That the extra money you're getting per location is just far outstripping the discount you're getting on it. But for the most part, this is like where the power level stays for Navy. Power level stays here. Right? And this is kind of strange because there were better boats and this type of stuff. But the power level doesn't get really stronger. There's a few techs that influence it. And to be fair, those techs are powerful, but I think that overall the power level remains relatively constant. I haven't done like a ton of math on this, but like you hit this like fat spike and then you kind of fall off for the rest of the game where propagating by land starts to get a lot better. And then you get like 430 years into the game. Let's call it, you get rails. Although I think this is in the industrialization tree, and there are conditions where it's like actually hard to trigger that tree, but let's just say this. And then like land is like obviously like insane, and rails reduce it by minus 35 flat. And so then a lot of stuff, even if it looks like it should be shipped by sea, traveling through multiple land zones are going to be cheaper than traveling through one sea zone. And so I don't think that maritime is overpowered. I think it's relatively speaking underpowered. And the big part of why it doesn't have to do with the control map mode, it has to do with the market access map mode. it doesn't really help with market access. So there are instances where it not helping with market access is kind of not a big deal. But there's a lot of instances where you're like, well, I really wish it helped with market access, and it doesn't. And roads and propagating on land do. And this is a big part of why it's weak. When you hit the 70-year spike, and you're only looking at control, it does look insane, and it does look kind of absurd. But also, roads and propagating by land, you can go in any direction. You have, like, geographical needs. In order to make it really good. Right? Let's take a look at England for just a second, because we know we have an England enjoyer in the chat. And talk about... so England is maybe the best country for, like, showcasing control, like, in the mid, like scaling-ish type of game. And the reason why is... We're gonna need the France map mode as well. The reason why is you have a coast... So the big thing is, like, let's look at England right now here, right? If we have only one coast to access, if England could only push to here, you have to keep in mind that there's a significant disadvantage of having, like, an ocean on here, as it relates to London, because London propagates control. It propagates 100 control, but usually when you're facing water, you can't push out into the water, or there's no, like, lands in the water. And so even though you can push along this coast significantly better as a result of maritime, you don't have that other side of land. Like, here, Portugal is really a better example to kind of show this off. Right? If we're looking at Portugal, Portugal's insane for maritime, yeah, but you have a significant cost from having your capital here in that there's no land here. And so you don't get the ability to propagate control to your left. This is a concession you make for having a coast here. But England kind of doesn't pay this concession because they have North France right here. And so what you do is you can push the control to North France very, very easily, and even kind of to Denmark. And then it's like, okay, well, we're not very good at pushing market access. Well, you just have different markets. You have a market here, you have a market here, and you have a market up here. And so then you get a bunch of market access. And so you use different markets to generate market access and then use the maritime to, like, push control. But also, we're looking at England, right? England is actually, like, supposed to be, like, hyper-advantaged for this type of stuff. And also, from a historic perspective, like, talking about this from a balanced perspective is kind of, like, silly because, from a historic perspective, moving stuff by boat is just way faster. And just, like, way, way, way superior. And it's, like, not even remotely close. If you're looking at it from a historic perspective, moving stuff by boat should just be way, way, way better. In-game, it's, like, faster to get to Denmark by maritime than it is here in terms of control representation. Like, you can push control from here easier to Denmark, but also, like, historically speaking, I think it was faster to get to Denmark by boat, and it was certainly easier to move goods. Like, a lot easier. And so, I know this has been a discussion on the forums for, like, some period of time, but, like, you have, like, a very significant, like, you need a geographic, like, condition where it's going to be really good, and then it's also a tech investment, and it doesn't improve market access. So, it's a tech investment for most countries that do not have a light ship. Technically, like, galleys can kind of get the job done. If you get the galley from age 2, you can kind of push it, so it's kind of okay, but, yeah. So, let's catch up on some of these questions, some of these dono questions. Ah, why is my thing lagging? No. Can you form USA as any country? I'm not really sure. I think you can form something that's like the USA with any colonial country with, like, the colonial country unification mechanics. Thank you so very much for the €2, Cyrus? Cyrus YOLO. Thank you so very much. Trash Waifu, thank you for the $5. I saw the names, they named the religious buildings temple, thinking they should change temples to churches to fit the time periods. It's named temple. for all religions, and I think churches doesn't make sense for some of the other religions, right? But for Catholic, it certainly would make more sense. Catholic also has cathedrals. What type of advantages does Delhi have over Vijay or other Indian states? Well, Delhi's Muslim, and they have a really, really good law that gives them plus 20% tax efficiency. And Muslim also gives additional burgers max tax. And a big part of what made Vijay really, really good, or not, Vijay I think is still really, really good, but a big part of why you wanted to go Hindu was research speed, which was percentage-based, which was really strong on a previous patch. But it's not very strong now, because now every single institution you embrace gives you 5% research speed. So all the percent research speed modifiers are just way, 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 way weaker. And to offset the institution increased cost, the cost of all text is higher. And it gets higher throughout the ages. But this doesn't offset the percentage increase from embracing institutions doesn't offset the increased costs, so now you actually get fewer techs as well. But in particular, everything that gave percentage tech is a lot weaker. And Vijay was really, really good at stacking a whole bunch of those, especially with Hindu. Now the problem is also now you need, in order to core territory, you need it to be 50% your religion, no matter how high your tolerance is. I am not a huge fan of this play pattern. I think it's a little bit strange. It definitely super makes it so Delhi maybe shouldn't stay Muslim, but there are very significant advantages to staying Muslim. Also, you get the Mamluk barrackses. I think you maybe have the Mamluk barrackses if you... I don't think Vijay is going to get the Mamluk barrackses. And if you're thinking of about a PvP environment, being able to just have more manpower buildings, especially ones that get as much manpower as the Mamluk barracks, is going to be a really, really big deal. You can build multiple levels of the Mamluk barracks. Do we have a Tinto building in here? Is it gonna be... yeah. So the Mamluk barracks... it costs 500, it's super expensive, but after a certain point, this is less the relevant thing. On a per manpower basis, it's a pretty good investment. On a per slot basis, it's absolutely insane for manpower. And if you're thinking about a PvP environment, like, Delhi could field, like... in some phases of the game, Delhi can field, like, comparing them to France, they could field like 50 times the amount of regulars or something like this. Or 30 times. But like just an obscene... like France is diddling around with armories that get +5. And then Delhi has Mamluk barrackses and then also gets armories and then also has more pops. And more pops means you can build more levels of these things. And it's just, I think like... not that, like, I think people are gonna, like, right now, PvP, like, isn't a consideration. Everyone's just playing PvE. The AI is not very strong. It's not that big a deal. When people start getting super, super rich, and then they don't have stuff to drop money into, in PvP, they're just gonna buy more manpower. And you're going to be throttled by your building cap level on most countries, but not if you have access to the Mamluk barrackses. And so, like, I haven't played in an environment where this is relevant, but like it's obviously someone, like, the first time there's a very significant PvP thing, the people with the Mamluk barrackses who can actually develop an eco are just gonna, like, stomp out anyone who fights them. Like, even with a tech disadvantage, you could just, like, bring 20-30 times the guys or something like this. It doesn't or maybe you can't afford 20, but, like, if you have 10x the guys with a tech disadvantage, you're still just gonna win. Like, if it's only one tier of tech disadvantage, I think. Everyone asks, when is Generalist gaming? No one asks, how is Generalist gaming? Big true. Oh, my stream, like, UI is... no, I don't know why the YouTube thing sometimes just bricks. It doesn't like me scrolling around through this stuff. Thank you so very much for the £5. What's financial literacy? Much appreciated. What's the minimum distance you can get traveling through respective coastal Z zones and non-coastal? How do you get it? So I don't know the absolute minimum. I could say that usually you're paying somewhere between 4 and 7 or something like this, which is really cheap considering that the C zones are much smaller. Traveling through C zones is a lot better, but it's also just cumbersome, right? Because the C zones are only on the coast of the sea. So, you sometimes push from Paris to, like, Brittany, or even over here, but you have to go an awkward, circuitous route. So when you get, like, maritime investment and you're pushing from Paris, like, it's slightly faster to push navally than it is to push through land when you're on paved roads. When you're on paved roads, like, the area that you're pushing navally is like this, but it's only slightly better navally, right? Like, you're just talking about saving, like, 1 to 5 control. And so, like, the thing is also, it's not like you're going from 0 control to 80 control. It's like you're going from your 75 control via roads to 80 control. So, like, the marginal gain, while 5 control is a huge big deal, it's not like, yeah. It's not super, super insane. Mikey, thank you for the 6 or 7 Canadian. Really appreciated the resource rankings you put up. Will you do one for buildings? We'll do something for buildings. That might be a spreadsheet. Because we have to talk about efficiency and also, like, age context really matters. So we might do something, but tier list might not be appropriate. Also, I think there's too many buildings. I think there's too many buildings to talk about it through a tier list. That's going to be like a 3-4 hour tier list or something if we do it like that. Unless, I guess we could split it up by building type. We could do that. We could do, like, economic buildings and then non-economic buildings, something like that. Is having lower control / crown power and strong estates viable in any way? It kind of is, because the estates, it used to be much better. I actually think it used to be better, in having, like, 27 to 30 control was just optimal, because you could roll a lot more often in Parliament, and get a lot more stuff out of Parliament, because when your estates are stronger, you get more Parliament juice out of their, agendas, which is the requests that they have. Now it's been nerfed, so you can't click as much, and so it's a lot less valuable, and I don't think you're laddering that often to an extra thing. And also, when you go absolutism, you get a special parliamentary action that just gives you a plus 100 support. I think that this is partially in response to me saying that I think it's best to just stick on 26 crowd power and not go above it. So, I don't think, now I think it's probably the case that, there's, like, some advantages you get, but it's probably the case that it's just better to have the crown power. Can you talk about the different types of normal countries real quickly? Army-based countries, building-based. I don't have much experience with army or navy-based countries other than making a pirate nation, like, to be my subject in one of my runs. Building-based countries, currently it feels like there's not that much to do, and while interesting, I think anyone who plays primarily building-based countries would be, like, psychotic, but, I do think they're fun and interesting to maybe, like, check out, but, like, not... Like, you can lend out a bunch of money, build a bunch of buildings, hire mercenaries, and do some interesting things with, like, these, like, merchants or, like, banking-type ones. Yeah. What's the promo code when you're in the cart? I'm glad you asked. Yeah, let's pull this up. I'm glad you asked. Thank you for plugging for me. The code is Generalist in all caps. If you want to support the channel, it will not make anything cheaper for you. But what it will do is it will send 12% of the sale our way. It's a really good way to support the channel. And that is Generalist in all caps at checkout on the official store, and they will email you your access key. Will garrisons be needed in order to maintain occupation of locations? If you take a fort and you don't refill the garrison, the enemy could just swoop in behind you and assault the fort, like, instantly, basically. Is it possible to make a different technology with weak liturgical language? A difference in technology? Yes, because liturgical language will only give you 0.2 flat, and everyone who's a settled country gets 1 flat. And so you're still going to be pretty strong getting, what is it, like 83% research speed, even if you have 0 for your liturgical language strength, which, even if you're not doing so well, will often not be the case. But if you're doing really well anyways, whatever your liturgical language is will actually get more powerful, so... How difficult is it to unify cultures? I'm not sure if it's functional right now. We've gotten all of the cultures in our group, like, unified in one area and not triggered the thing, so I don't know if it works. How many hours do you have in game right now? I think I can talk about it now. I have like 9:30, somewhere in that neighborhood. Do you think if EU5 is more enjoyable mid to late game compared to EU4 or other? I can't compare it to Paradox, to EU4 because I don't play enough EU4 and I'm a little bit far removed from it. I don't have that much. Like last I played was Leviathan, was several years ago, so it's hard for me to make comparisons. But I feel like currently the AI, while the economy is a lot better for the AI, if you kind of know what you're doing a lot better, you can really, really spin it up considerably beyond the AI. And like the Venice run that we were playing, we kind of stopped in the mid 1500s because we were just really, really far ahead of everyone else. And so it depends on what your goals are, and it depends on how weak a start you want to play. Like, if you play weaker starts, then you'll have, like, a longer period of time before, like, it feels like you're just super crushing. And I think that on release, people are going to have no idea what they're doing, and they're going to be able to play campaigns that are really long and feel challenged for a while. And then as they start to figure out what they're doing, if they were to play on release patch, they maybe are like stopping campaigns just 200 to 300 years in. But also, by the time people are getting better, AI will be improving, like, constantly. For those of you who remember Vic 3 release, the Vic 3 AI on release basically did nothing. And so, here, we'll leave this up here. The Vic 3 AI basically did nothing, like stone nothing. And it's so much better now. I'm not saying it's fantastic, I'm just saying it's way better. So, your ability to get challenged is going to increase as you gain skill. And so I think it'll be, as long as it, like, kind of, you could feel like you're getting resistance from the AI, it's going to feel good. I think in multiplayer, it's actually going to be really interesting, to see people develop these huge regional powers, and then, multiplayer with, like, extra Fog of War mods, I think is going to be so cool, where you have no idea how strong other people have gotten, in their respective areas of the world, and you think you're cool in Europe, and then China just rolls in and crushes you. How are the Papal mechanics? Took a close, or sorry, not a close look. Took a brief look at the Papal States. They can, like, excommunicate people. They, like, can't take vassals. And currently the meta is to expand with vassals, so Papal States may be more inclined to take tall. But I think you have less aggressive expansion. I don't know if you have extra integration speed. So you're kind of pushed in the direction of, like, being tall, this type of thing. You get gobs of money, though, because everyone pays tithes. And I suppose you could just constant perma-religious war to flip everyone Catholic so you get more tithes. Which is maybe kind of, yeah. How could you not all immediately rush to check out England? I have to be responsible and check out everything. The Georgian guy's going to come in and be like, how do you check out Georgia? We haven't answered too many Twitch questions, so let's answer some Twitch questions here, because we're looking at the YouTube chat. Do you put roads in every location? Pretty much. By Denmark, you mean Wales? No, I might have misspoken there. Can you talk a bit about colonization in regions that have already tags, like Mesoamerica or Africa? PDX said in the possible is possible to colonize places already settled by lower tags. I think on the latest version they took that out, because it was causing some strangeness, and also because the AI was trying to colonize over Mali and wasn't very productive, and so the like upside seemed less than the downside, but I think that's on their radar to return when they figure out a good system for it. But I think that that's not in the current version. Have you played as any HRE minors? Not anyone too small. I've been mainly trying to play content stuff, stuff that has content. That way it's easier to answer questions. I played a little bit of Brandenburg. How was the Delhi run? The Delhi run's going pretty good. Feel really strong. I mean, I think Delhi's, like, up there. The big thing is we can't core anything. And so this is an issue because of religion, and I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to word my suggestion, or what exactly I want my suggestion to be, but I think religious tolerance should decrease the cost of what proportion of your religion you need in order to get an area to be a core. Some things, like, just seem like the Ottomans, for example, is going to suck hard at getting cores now, and you're just going to have a bunch of integrated stuff. Any country that was multicultural is now just going to have to do an inquisition and convert everyone, because that's the only, yeah. When were you the most handsome? I peaked in high school, bro. It's just over. Hey, Generalist, my partner said I should ask if I could come over to play EU5 early and have a play date like the old days. No, I can't do it. Topless Generalist? Hell yeah, brother. Tell us something about the North Indian tags, not Delhi. I don't know, like, all these in Nepal. I don't really know that much about them. Other than they're very easily conquered. I mean, you have, this is Orat, you have, like, a market up here. I don't think I know anything too much about them, other than I think that they don't have any, like, unique advances or anything like this, because we kind of looked through everywhere for that type of thing. Parliament raised taxes should be removed? I don't really think so. I think Parliament should be good. I don't have a problem with it being good. I think there should be more stuff in Parliament to click, not less stuff. If you have more stuff to click, and the stuff that's useful, like, let's say pushing values, then you introduce more opportunity cost, so you don't click taxes every time. And I would prefer to see that, rather than just gutting the system. Like, I'd prefer to see a strong and dynamic parliament to just, like, a completely gutted parliament that is just an annoying button you have to click every 5 years. It doesn't do anything positive. Now that I think about it, are there any other Protestant faiths other than Lutheran? Calvinist? Is the game still on Clausewitz's engine? Yes. Can you form any... We already answered the USA question. Or you asked it twice, but we're a little bit behind on chat. I apologize. Boat. I do like Navy. How strong are privateers? They seem not that strong, but I haven't taken a close look at it. I just could be, like, not feeling something that's actually quite impactful. Can you please disable the music? No, I will not disable the music. I'll turn it down a little, though. Maybe it's a little too loud. I'm not going to disable the music because it makes the stream better. How strong is cavalry versus infantry? And there any counter-strong cavalry nations like Hungary, Poland, step hordes? Cavalry just falls off. So cavalry is strong early and then it falls off. Initiative's really good early on and then it becomes less useful, especially as you start to have more units in an army than there is, like, frontage or total frontage, which is like combat width. Because the big advantage of horses is that they can get into the combat faster, they can get engaged faster. And also, they start out with a really high stat line at the beginning of the game. They are, like, twice as good as an infantry at the beginning of the game. But then in the age of... What is it? Or they're twice as good offensively, but then, like, defensively they're not as good. They don't have an adjacency bonus, where if they're next to an allied unit, they get a defensive bonus, which infantry does have. But the thing is infantry versus cavalry early on, especially when you don't have a lot of units, will single file into the cavalry, and the cavalry will just murk them. But then... or the light cavalry. Heavy cavalry don't get into combat faster, but they do a lot of damage still. But then, I forget I think it's the Age of Reformation, infantry start getting better. And once infantry start getting better, then cavalry kind of start to suck. Other than the flanking bonus. The flanking bonus is really where it's at. So there's maybe strategies that involve overloading one side, like with a bunch of extra cannons and stuff, and then having cavalry there. And then you can, by doing that, you can make use of the bonus, like, kind of coming in. Thomas, thank you for the 50 DKK. Any thoughts on Danish start? The early naval advancement seems fairly strong in gameplay defining. That thing is super caked up. I was shocked when I read that. I think that this might just be, like, one of the best advances in the entire game. Like, I think it makes the shortlist. So, like, the thing is like, I'm not sure your reduction is actually just a 1 reduction. I think percentage... It flat reduces before the percentage modifiers, but it ends up, like... very significantly, I think, reducing the amount of distance you have to travel, like, navally or non-navally. Where is it? Yeah, the minus proximity cost for maritime. Actually, I think it applies after. So, like, instead of having 6, you go to 5. Or instead of having 5, you go to 4 cost. Which is just a huge reduction in cost for maritime. And so, like, Denmark starts really rough, but you actually just might have, like, just super high top on. Samuel, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Did you have a question? No. Oh, your question's underneath it. What do you think about the current state of balancing up to this point between historical and fun? Between historical and fun. So one of the problems is, like, you as the player is just, like, doing way better than the AI, like, in terms of how you play. And so it's hard to evaluate. We see, like, the Ottomans consolidating a lot more. A lot of it's just going to be, like, UI behavior in terms of balancing, or sorry, AI behavior, rather than, like, balancing. That's going to really affect if you get some historic things. I mean, from a historic perspective, we already talked about this at, like, the beginning of the stream. I think naval propagation should just be way better, because it was actually just insanely OP historically, and, like, being on the coast was, like, there's a reason all the strongest powers in Europe were on the coast, and you didn't see like, these huge powers coming from, like, the steppe lands, or, like, no offense to Poland, but Poland was not, like, a world power. Like, Germany, like, didn't develop in the same way, like, or they didn't consolidate, so maybe that's, like, a weird type of thing, but, like, the powers are, like, on the coast, or have, like, mainly coast, and, like, if you or have navigable rivers, which, like, isn't represented in game, but, like, if you look at areas that have, like, no rivers, no coast, they're just, like, not doing so hot historically. So historically speaking, like, Navy should be, like, really, really good. Can you change the capitals of the colonial countries you create? I don't think you can. Have you tried playing as a vassal? Is it like EU4? I haven't tried playing as a vassal yet. Love me some fecklessness, yeah. Why final QA for a while? Well, the obvious reason that we can give is that we're probably going to switch to focusing on Vic 3 for a little while, but also there's, like, other reasons that I'm not entirely sure I can talk about, so I'm not going to talk about them. Are rivers navigable? No. How do you like the formables so far? Content creators don't talk about them much. The formables are valuable. They switched the way stuff used to stack in regards to... It used to be that formables would brick the advances of the nation you had, and formables would often have less advances, so technically forming wasn't even good. Now you effectively are going to get more stuff. Generally it takes kind of a little bit of time to get to the formables. I don't know. It's, like, nice as an objective of something to do. Yeah. Is this new patch or the one you've been playing with for a while? Well, it's like a week and a half old for the content creator patch. The Templi. 330 years into the game. That's way after the player advantage has trivialized the game. Talking about hitting modern road. Sure. We're talking about, like, balancing in the abstract, I think. More so than necessarily, like, how do we make the player, like, perform worse than the AI or something like this? Does beer give food? It does not. Hey, buddy boy. Hey, you. How you doing? Maybe roads should be better for control, maritime should be better for market access. Yeah, if anything, maritime should be better for market access. The thing is that maritime is a national figure and national thing, and market access is an international thing. And so I think from a programming perspective, there's difficulties. I don't think this hasn't occurred to the devs. I just don't think making this, I don't think this is a priority, so I don't think we're going to see it on release, but, yeah. Boats were expensive. People walking the roads were cheap. Boats are expensive. There's basically no maintenance for roads. And you do have to maintain maritime. One of the also biggest advantages or disadvantages of, like, maritime is it's vulnerable. This doesn't matter when you're playing PvE. But if your fleet is weaker than the enemy's fleet, you hide your fleet. Ideally. But they could still come and siege down the place and then wreck your fleet. And if you lose your fleet, you're not going to be able to push the maritime, and it's going to take forever to get back up. But also, even if you hide your fleet, they can blockade you, which crushes your maritime really, really fast. Much faster than you can bring it back up. And so, you have to invest to be the strongest naval power you're going to end up fighting. And in theory, like from a game theory perspective, if you're the person with the most naval power, and if someone else is trying to take advantage of maritime, you should just crush their asses, right? Because maritime's good, you've secured for yourself the advantage, and you should decrease other people's ability to get that advantage. So, this means you have to invest in a bigger, like, combat navy than you do, and when you're investing and you're adding expenses, your income is at a margin. Like, you have income and you have expenses. And let's say you're making 100 ducats and you have expenses of 80 ducats. That means your margin is only 20 ducats, right? So any income you get, or your margin's only 20% of your income. Your net is only 20%. So any ducat that you invest into Navy effectively is 5 ducats. You have to be making 5 more ducats in tax base to pay for it. So if you invest 10 ducats in Navy, that means you have to add 50 to the tax base. And so the maritime has to cover the cost of this. But you do include, like, the extra crown power you get from having more control. But, like, it's like... And it's also not affecting market access. Like, it looks really, really impressive when you look at the control map mode, but, like, you have to remember you've made, like, 2 investments. You've made the ducats investment, and you've also made the, like, tech rush investment, which, to be fair, the tech rush investment, like, just diminishes over time, because eventually you get it. You mentioned that downstream is better than upstream for propagating control. Does that mean you want to be, your base as far upriver, like the Mississippi, Nile, and this is possible? Not necessarily. I think a good example for this is actually Egypt. Egypt is kind of an interesting example. Egypt starts out with their capital in Cairo here. These are, like, the localization names, but it's, like, the English localization is Cairo. This is upriver, and I think this is a good location for the capital, because everything downriver is effectively affected by a modern road. You get 30 reduction to distance, so you get really a lot of control here. And then Alexandria is here, and Alexandria, it's the reverse direction for markets. Markets actually propagate better upstream. And so you push market access much better. So it's actually kind of nice, and you kind of think you should keep it where your capital is inland and your market center is on the coast. Normally you want them kind of stacked on top of each other, but this is like an interesting sort of situation. But this distance that you're traveling to here, if you had a bunch of Mediterranean holdings nearby, you'd rather be on the coast so you could push control. And so being on the coast to push control is really valuable. The thing is like, you, as Egypt, kind of have this dead zone here. And to some extent, it's like, it's kind of valuable up here. But the point is like, the value of your ability to push maritime is, like, less as Egypt. But I think that long term, the best capital is actually in Gaza here. And the reason being is you want to navally push into the Red Sea. And Gaza is the closest location to the Red Sea. That's also on the Mediterranean coast. And then you're right in between the Alexandria market and the Damascus market up here. I forget exactly. I think it's right here. And so, with good maritime and good, like, stats, you could push 100 control into here and 100 control into here, like, kind of as you get into the later game. And then I think that's a pretty good setup. And then, probably better than Cairo from Gaza, you can push control into Anatolia or even over here, just because you're already on the coast. Yeah, land versus naval shouldn't really be a choice. Land should be the only thing when you can't go naval. Yeah, this is also, like, kind of what I think. Like, you shouldn't be playing Portugal and it feel like a decision whether or not you want to go maritime. Like, if it feels like it's a decision, then it's just so flagrantly underpowered and it's insane. And because, like, there are countries that benefit a lot less than Portugal. Just using Portugal as an example, because Portugal's, like, I think what a lot of people who are stressing about it have seen in particular. So, Real Flop, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Also, Pelzigger Penguin, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Do religious buildings in Islamic nations get called mosques, or are those also temples? They're called temples, but then I think there's also... there's a few unique Muslim buildings. I think there's 2 or 3 for religious buildings. Catholicism has cathedrals. Have we started Native American? No, we've not. Next up is probably going to be Poland for us. Doesn't the game feel a bit too easy? I mean, it's kind of easy, but we kind of have 900 hours, and every Paradox game is too easy. Like, I don't know what it depends what your expectations of the game are, I guess. Do I expect the game on release to be significantly harder than CK, Vicky 3, and EU4? Is like... or do I expect it to be somewhat, like, in line with, I think that on release it's going to be somewhat in line with other Paradox titles. I don't know if that's bad for you or good for you. I remember, like, Vic 3 on release. Vic 3 on release, the AI did, like, literal nothing. The AI in CK is, like... Sammy QC, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. It's like they're not even, like, playing the game in, like, you know, a proactive way, so... Yeah. In the sense that you become the biggest fish pawn too fast, that's the feeling you're getting from the Venice AR. I definitely think that I got to the biggest fish in the pond pretty fast, but also the Venice AR took place in an environment where the forts, the AI was a zero, putting 0 in fort maintenance, so at the start of wars you could just blitz down stuff. But even if you couldn't blitz down stuff, you could still push quite a bit with Venice, and it does feel a little bit fast. You aren't going to need all 500 years to become the strongest fish in the sea, but also Venice isn't exactly a bad start. Like, if you're playing someone who's a strong start and you become way stronger than everyone else, like, really quickly, that's kind of par of the course. But yeah, that is... I do think that... as we kind of commented on this probably after you asked your question, but before I read your question, that I think that when players first start playing, I don't think they're going to run over the AI. And I think by the time they get a lot of hours under their belt, the AI will also be getting better and better, which is generally the trajectory after games release. Usually the AI is, like, not that good for grand strategy games on release. And it's just kind of not that good in general, just because of the nature of AI. Like, AIs can be really good at tactical execution, but it's bad at long-term strategic thinking, generally speaking. And that's kind of what you need for this. How does it work when you pick admin, diplo, or military when any age begins? Those techs are added to your tech tree. You do not get the bonuses right away. You have to research them. They become part of your tech tree. Are sound tools static, where conquering them is the only way to get past them, or can you have agreement? You can have an agreement, you can enforce it through war. I don't know if you can reduce the payment, you can eliminate it though. Part 2, does it, Part 2, does it make it you start at a certain point kind of advanced? I'm not sure what that question means. What's the optimal way to dominate Ruthenia Russian region to kill off the Golden Horde as soon as possible, or to wait for them to collapse later? I think you kind of wait for them to be revving and then go after them. I think you probably wait for professional armies, because you're not going to be able to beat them with levies, because they just have more levies. Does every Muslim country in the world have Mamluk barracks? I don't think... No, not every country. Because Mali doesn't. We played with Mali, Mali doesn't have them. And so, yeah, Mali not having them... You have them as, I don't think you have them as, Ottomans either. Ottomans have a different slave manpower building, though, that's, like, somewhat analogous. So, really kind of thinking of Delhi and Egypt here. Delhi and Egypt are just gonna, like, crush in multiplayer in a way that I think, Egypt, specifically, is just clearly better than, like, any European country in a multiplayer context. Egypt's really, really strong. I think that Egypt, by most people, are just going to be the most underrated country. But you can the UK take over India bit by bit, or is there no mechanics? Is too weak to do it? Well, generally speaking, when the AI is playing... Although the AI might get improved in this manner, when the AI is playing, they don't go out of their way to pull institutions to them, so there will probably be a tech disadvantage for India. While we're playing as Delhi, we are bending over backwards to, like, pull institutions. That's all we are using our trade capacity to do, is to pull institutions. And, like, we're in, like, I think it's 1404 and we still haven't embraced an institution or something like this. But... we're not going to our tech's not going to hit a dead zone. We're not going to hit the point where we can't research anything and our tech just does nothing. What we're going to do is we're going to hit professional army in a little bit, and then we're going to research the important professional army techs, and then we're going to hit meritocracy, and we're going to research the meritocracy techs, and then by the time we're done with that, we should have banking. And then once we have banking, you know, we have access to a significant portion of the tree. Renaissance generally takes quite a bit of time to spread, but eventually we're going to be pulling it from Egypt. As soon as we get enough trade range from banking, I think we will be able to pull it from Egypt. Egypt is kind of like the gatekeeper, Egypt and Morocco of the tech. I think there's ways you can push it faster if you just, like, do some cheesy things like conquer territories that have the institutions, because then you own those territories and then they count towards the percentage you need. How much power imbalance do you think there will be because of unique military buildings and units? In multiplayer, I think it'll be pretty high. But it's really hard for me to project that because I'm not, like, a multiplayer bro, but, like, I just, like... If like, the thing that breaks parity is having manpower, you can just have so much more. But you need slaves to operate these things, so maybe you run out of slaves quite quickly, and maybe this is a big pressure. So you think it's worth it for France to research maritime? It's worth it for virtually everyone to go maritime, but for France specifically, when we were playing, we didn't rush it, and I don't think rushing it's appropriate. So, with France, by the time we were getting the maritime to push over here, we also had paved roads. We, like, got them simultaneously. And so, like, because it's an investment. And also, if England AI was way better, maybe we don't even make the investment in the boats, because then England, like, when we fight them, like, is just gonna wreck our stuff anyways. So we need the roads going just by land anyways. Like, we wouldn't want to just, in Brittany, only have roads heading inland, just a few, and not roads from Paris. Because if our maritime gets wrecked, then we would still prefer to have the roads from Paris. And so, like, in a world where the AI is a lot more punishing than you, the context of roads is safe and consistent, and the context of maritime is, like, winner takes all-ish. Buildings age is just a number, Generalist? True. Financial literacy, thank you for the €5. On the new patch, what is the max control England can get in cities in North America in different ages if held direct? Basically zero. Basically zero. You're not going to get very much control in North America, especially because you can't build bailiffs there anymore. I think, and you don't auto-core it, I don't think, either. Yeah, I think you don't automatically get a core in overseas territory, just by virtue of, I'm trying to think. I think you might not get a core either for free. I'm not 100% sure about that. That's kind of like a weird, like, a weird thing for us. Matteo, thank you for the €5. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the coverage. How much can you tech rush? Do you need to do it? University money? Is it doable as a relatively small nation, i.e. Florence? You can't really tech rush that. You can't really sink more money into tech to get more tech that easily. University is how you do it, because increasing your literacy gives you a percentage research speed bonus, but as we kind of talked about earlier, percentage research speed bonuses right now are really weak, because you get percent research speed from getting an institution, and so this effectively dilutes out other percent research speed bonuses. So the way in which you can affect it is the liturgical language, which you don't have that much agency over, other than like swapping religion. So as Florence, if like Arabic is the best liturgical language, maybe you're supposed to take a big chunk of Tunis and flip Muslim, something like this. But for the most part, you don't have too much agency, especially because increasing literacy is not worth as much as it was, because you end up with like 60, 70, like 100% or whatever. Every institution's 5% research speed bonus, so it really dilutes out increasing your literacy by 10%, or on just the burgers alone, which is probably, let's call it a 5% increase. So it's the same as embracing an institution. But you're in good shape as Florence, because you are where institutions spawn, the really early ones. We have 30 years old, 38 for spreadsheets. Truly an NSFW spreadsheet. I didn't show any spreadsheet. Is it possible to make a difference in technology with a nation with a weak liturgical language? You kind of can. Is it possible for colonial nations to directly own holdings in Americas? Colonial nations? It's not that viable. Except for Portugal and Spain have a unique building that maybe makes it viable. We would have to take a closer look at this. I can show the building, I think. Where's the Tinto flavor? I think it's in this one. But this has to be built overseas, and I don't know how I feel about it, if it incentivizes them to actually never give stuff to the subjects, but it gives local proximity plus 25. So, if you have this and you have a core, you can kind of do okay, but I think you don't automatically core overseas. But, like, this is, like, it's weird if it makes it so that the Iberian countries specifically just want to control all of their overseas stuff and never form colonies. I don't know. I think mathematically it actually makes sense to never form a colony and just build these in overseas buildings. Specifically, you do need these to be in urban locations, but you can just connect these via road to rural locations and they'll get a little bit of control, especially once you're getting up to plus 30. The math is such that you really don't need a lot of control for it to be better for you to direct own it. So yeah. What do you think about the current state of balancing up to this point? I think we already answered that. We answered the game feeling too easy. How brutal are blockades and convoy raiding? It's really, really rough, but we have a slow sample size of losing on the water. But in our Venice game, we were significantly disrupted a few times, and it's like we lose a bunch of maritime, we lose a bunch of control, our income dips, we're below 25% crown power, so we are suffering the malice to tax efficiency, and that's Venice has really good tax efficiency buffs. The more of the buffs you have, the more that dilutes out the pain of the crown power malice, but if you're on someone that doesn't have these types of buffs, it's gonna hurt a lot if maritime is a big portion of how you're spreading control. Have they given a date when the embargo on content creators will be lifted? Not publicly. Let's see. Can you play as the Sami? I don't know who the Sami are, but probably. Or are they a Society of Pops type nation? Probably not then. What's with the nobles abuse? Their estate can go into zero, but I have a secret for you guys. The same is true with the dhimmi. Shout out to like Muslim being the best religion, but like Muslim's like clearly the best religion like now. that research speed bonuses are like a lot weaker, because the Eastern religions that had a lot of research speed bonuses, that's kind of where they were good. But I don't think it's an issue, and I think people think it's an issue, and it's a huge issue. There's a lot of other sources of free money, like tax efficiency, or max tax is effectively free money. And like, I am doing this like entirely intuitively, but I've looked at a lot of spreadsheets involved with increased consumption and how it relates to spinning up your economy. And I've done this with Victoria 3. Like, a lot. And I haven't done this for EU5, but I'm telling you, just like looking at it, it is a big chunk of extra stimulus. But that extra stimulus, I think, is not improving your margin anywhere near as much as stuff like production efficiency, tax efficiency, and max tax modifiers. And so, I think it has an effect, like a substantive effect, but I don't think it's like, I don't think it's this craziness that people think it is, like having looked at like the math for these types of things quite a bit before. But I know what you're talking about, yeah. Let's see. Thank you so much for the £5 again. Financial literacy. In the latest step diary, you made it sound like a choice if you wanted to do CNs for control directly, but with less control. So it seems broken if 0. If seems broken if 0. I'm not sure how to answer your. I'm not sure how to answer your question or what exactly you're asking me. I think that so there's a context where you actually want to own some locations, and that context is if you want to build like trade power there. But for the most part, like, you can't really generate tax there, except with this building you can, and it's kind of just an absurd kind of situation. Can you talk about market access a little bit more? Sometimes you talk about market access when a new market leader. What are the downsides? So maybe we can find a Tinto talk to show pictures on it. The problem is, I actually think that I think that the here, let's find our spot and then do this. I think that how do I want to put this? The market access is not that legible in terms of the interface, and I think that this is going to lead to people really like undervaluing market access. But if you do the math for it, it's absolutely huge. But I mean, I guess we have this, right? So you can see it's brighter closer to the market center, and then it gets darker as you go out. The way that it works is that for this, you will get on your buildings. So this is not RGO, not resource gathering operations, but your buildings, which use inputs and have outputs. You will multiply the amount of inputs and outputs by your market access. So here in the pest market over here, this might be 40 market access. And so if we have a jeweler here, it will use 40% of the inputs and produce 40% of the outputs. That is a huge gutting of value. And on RGOs, if there's like gold over here, it will add 40% to the tax base instead of 100%. So, economically speaking, market access throttles you in a way that is very similar to control, but actually even worse because it decreases the amount of actual goods you produce. And so it is super, super relevant and powerful. Who is in what market is largely determined by a variety of factors, market access being one of them. So if you build a bunch of roads and they don't build a bunch of roads, your market will likely expand. But there are other factors as well. Markets prefer joining their own nation. Your subjects prefer joining your markets. There is like a resistance factor, I forget what it's called. There's really a lot of things that go into it, but the big thing for you in terms of your agency, the thing that you can do to affect market access is basically just roads. And so roads are really going to expand this out, especially as you get into like the later period of the game, where like this, see this color here? the entire pest market, or it will be that much. Or like for every color you see, like once you get better roads, just imagine that color like 2 more squares out. So your market access improves a lot, and this really ramps up your ability to have economic like power. But like in the early game, like this is where you want all your buildings. You want all your buildings in here, because otherwise, if you're building them here, your buildings are only 40% effective. That makes your money not very useful. Your money's 2.5 times more useful building buildings over here. So even if you have towns over here, it's still going to be better to upgrade to a town here and build in there than it is to build in the town in here. If you're like, if you don't have enough, if all your locations that are already urban are building, you don't want to just start building over here because you're like, oh, this place is urban and it's free and so I'm building. No, you just town something more over here. So, the market access is also just really high impact, but is, again, not very legible in terms of, like, the UIs. So that's why I think that a lot of people are just, like, under talking about it. Do other Chinese miners other than Ming have decent flavor? I think they kind of are folded into similar flavor, but I'm not really sure. I haven't taken a close look at this. Is Japan unified? Or like, if by Chinese miners you mean the releasables that can form China, that release out from China, and then you, like, as part of the Red Turban Rebellion, they have, like, basically all flavor that, like, China has. Or they have your unique branch where you're not Mongolian. Is Japan unified, or does the shogunate have the rest of the country as vassals? Japan is unified, but there's a bunch of building-based countries in there. Can you also reduce the cost in ocean tiles and deep ocean to 47? No, deep ocean's just always going to be super expensive. There's, like, something that gives, like, minus, like, some amount to deep ocean tiles, but I was looking around and trying to poke through the tech tree and see if there's enough. There's not enough to make it so that, like, you ever want to go through deep ocean. What's up with the Gujarat Peninsula? I don't know what you mean. Is this Gujarat Peninsula? Or this? I don't know what's up with that. I know there's some impassable mountains. And maybe the impassable mountains were filled in as ocean. I think that's probably what's going on. Just joined. Is Barc's docs tech research a must for nations to propagate control? It depends on the makeup of your nation. When we were playing France, we did not rush Barc's and docs. Even though Aquitaine and Brittany would benefit from having it. Just not a high enough density of our nation was going to be benefiting from it, in addition to Barks and docks being an investment in their own right in this type of thing. So I think for a lot of nations, if you're on the coast, it's going to be really good, and if you're like only have a little bit of coastland, it's probably not a priority, even if it's going to be decent. But if you're directly on the coast, so thinking England, Denmark, Netherlands, Venice, Aragon, Genoa, Naples, yeah, you're absolutely going to want to get it really early. How strong is river proximity? River proximity is real good. And it's one of the few things that affects market access. Do pops starve from running out of food, or is famine possible? You can get overpopulated. I think that... I'm not sure if famine is possible or if you just have to eat increasing buying foods penalties that just bankrupt you super, super hard. If there is a starvation threshold, we have not passed it. But also, being forced to buy a ton of food is so incredibly painful that you really want to avoid that. So maybe there's something on the other side of that we haven't reached. A capital like Paris, then? I like Paris as a capital because it's a lot more close here, and I think that France should probably push land values. Currently, land values are bugged. We just put in a ticket for this. We actually put in a ticket for it before, but or we edited a ticket to include it, so I think it just wasn't seen. But currently, land values doesn't apply, and that would just make pushing stuff via land look better than it does currently if it was correctly applying. At the same time, Russia, one of the biggest powers, with almost no fleet. Yeah, you're not going to get too much... Well, I think Novgorod's a decent place for the capital, playing as Russia. but like you would have to conquer a big portion of the Baltics for you going naval to feel super good. But I think you still do it if you own any of the Baltics up there. How many patches ahead do you think the internal belt is? I am not going to discuss that. When will Muscovy, Russia be fixed? I don't know. It might be WAD that they're really miserable to play as. I don't know exactly what the historical basis is for it. I just know that they are super miserable to play as. How autonomous are colonial nations in general? Can you take most of their money? Well, you get a third of their trade, which is the important thing. And then somehow making sure you get more trade advantage than them. Most of the value, and I really like this, most of the value gets extracted colonially from trade. Like, most of the value... so here, let's maybe take a look at some part of the New World here. But most of the value you get is from trading goods and not from the tax base. And so if you can control the trade, then you get all of the value. And so, in particular, I think the best place early is Cuba, and it's not close, or Cuba and Haiti combined, because they have really good resources. But what's going to happen here is that the price of these resources is going to collapse locally. They're going to get really low because they don't have that many pobs to consume chili. So the prices get to like minus 20% or like minus 80% or something, or minus 70%. And then the prices in Europe are like plus 100%. And so this means that whoever controls the trade of the good gets like 10 ducats. And this is going to be really valuable. If you can control the trade of the good, you are getting most of the economic value out from there. And your colony is not, because your colony is getting the tax base off of it being minus 80%, which Chile's base price is 5, so they're getting 1 ducat from the tax base. And meanwhile, for the same trade good, you're getting 10 ducats from the trade of it. And so you can really extract a lot of value if you're proactive about making sure that you control the thing. Yesterday, Lathe, OPB, and the other guy, mentioned that you guys know when you can release gameplay videos on the forum, and someone mentioned it would be 2 weeks before. I'm not going to comment specifically on this. Can you hire pirates you control? I don't think you can hire pirate fleets from your pirate subjects. I think they just raid and do their own thing. Hey, Dairuka, how's it going? Sounds like naval power actually matters now. Love it. Yeah, it definitely matters. I guess I don't know what people's expectations on how good naval should be are as well. I think that if you're on the coast, it shouldn't feel like a decision of whether or not it's good. And the decision should just be, can I defend this, navy or, this thing? And so, if you're a coastal nation, it just, it should be something you have to do if you're on a coastal nation, in order to get max value. And I think that that's kind of where it is right now. But also, being on the coast has an issue. If you're right here, if your capital's right here, all this, if it were land, would be lands that you could propagate land control to. You have a geographical concession to the fact that you're on a coast. Your reward is you get to push control up this way, navally, and then it goes inland, so you get a big chunk of this, right? And this is better than if you just had more landmass here. I don't think it's way better. I think if people want, pushing via roads this way and this way to be just as good as pushing navally, I think that is a crazy, desire for the game in terms of power balance. It just it has to be better, and it has to be better by a degree that covers, the margins and this type of stuff. Maybe in 4X Grand Strategy has never been good implemented, yeah. Both ways, messages and trades need to go back and forth after all. Let's see. Let's answer some quick questions off of Twitch. Which AI countries typically colonize? Any oddballs like Brittany or Irish ever colonize? The oddball is definitely the Papal States, which colonizes all the time because it just gobs of money. The Papal States is the weird one. We see kind of anyone with a lot of money end up colonizing. So we've seen Flanders in recent games. I think we've seen Genoa. Is the AI as good about making gigantic armies yet as they do in EU4? It is still not challenged you yet. They're kind of a little bit challenging, I guess, early on, but like once you navigate your way to just having way more money, they become not as much an issue. Does the Chinese miners have any unique content? Not that we know of exactly. Unless you're thinking of the people who release from... I think you can play as anyone who releases from China in the Red Turban Rebellion, and then that's like a vibe, and that works. Dag Noob, thank you for the follow, big nice. Hey bro, hey Suda, how's it going? Do CNs send troops for war in Europe? Colonial nations? Yes. Yes, they do. We actually got more help from our colonial nation in West Africa as Venice than we did, like, most of the people who were much more close. Our Aztec, they were also really rich, though. Our Aztec or Maya nations playable? You can play them. You mean, are they good? Not really. The river impact financial literacy does go both ways, but it's different. It's better going downstream for control, and it's better going upstream for market access. Yeah, it depends what you mean by playable. You will be far behind on tech, and you will not catch up because you will be in this dead zone where you don't have anything to research or anything useful. And you will eventually get the institutions, and you will have additional research speed. But with the new changes to like research speed just generally being slower, I don't think there's a situation where you really ever fully catch up. But you can be on like the latest military tech, but you won't have all the trees from previous ages like researched for all the like tactics bonuses, morale bonuses, and all this type of stuff. So even if you have the same troops, you're going to be like worse. And like you can, I guess, like kind of ignore like the earlier trees and skip ahead to the later trees and get the later institutions faster. But like a lot of stuff in the tree that's just giving extra bonuses, you will end up skipping over. Like, let's say you skip just like oversimplification here. Let's say you skip ages 2 and 3, just all the tech. In ages 4, 5, 6, you will be able to get the latest and greatest like things for military in terms of what unit types you have or building types. But you're still missing out on an enormous chunk of stuff from the previous ages, or you're having to go back and research them, which slows down how you're getting the newer stuff. And I think that there's just not enough to like fully like pace back. It depends what your expectations for like playable are. Siggy-san, thank you for the follow, big dice. So yeah. What are the restrictions on forming countries, or what do you lose when doing so? So there are like culture and like various requirements for like every formable, but you don't lose your advances. You cannot form downwards in terms of nation rank. So like Europa is like a tier 6 nation and can't form anything under any circumstance. But I think if you could culture swap and do some of this stuff, you can kind of do some funky stuff. And I think that the change, it used to brick your advances. When you used to change nations, it used to kill all your advances from the previous nation. And I think the way that they did it previously was really good, which is you only get the new advances in the next age. So you keep all the old advances from your previous nation. But now apparently you can just, like, get both. So you can just keep forming laterally along nation rank by like culture swapping. In theory, I think culture swapping is going to be significantly prohibitive though. But I haven't been trying to stack culture swapping and like giving away territory to like culture swap and like this type of thing, and then trying to get the territory back and like these types of things. Is there any information on the river map addition? Have you highlighted the importance of the map to the developers, or am I overestimating its importance? I think it's really important. I think the river map mode they have right now doesn't look very good. I mean, you can tell what's a river. And I have suggested very specifically how I would change it in a way that I think doesn't take very much developer resources. Like not making something that's like a significant UX like restructuring. But just something that makes it a little bit more clear. I would love them to have a river map mode. I think it's important for the people who are focused on eco. For the people who are just trying to blob and conquer, they probably just don't care at all. I actually think that like most of the other content in order to use the river map mode, you have to assign it to a hotkey. I think most other content creators don't, like, or often when I show a river map mode screenshot, in the Discord, like, other content creators are like, well, what's that? Like, because you have to, like, go out of your way to find it, since they took it out relative to the main version. So, yeah. We don't want to lose our spot, but we do have a dono. Let's take a look. Thank you so very much for the $10 financial literacy. Or, sorry, not $10, £10. If you control a city location in North America directly as England, should you not at least be able to get 35 control or 20 from core, even if not automatic, 10 from city and 5 from minting office? Yeah, but then you'll have a like decrease of 5 from satisfaction, so it'll be 30. I mean, maybe you're supposed to actually, yeah, it's possible you're still supposed to direct control, which isn't a world... I really don't want to live in a world where it's best to direct control territory of in the new world. I want it to be just better for it to be colonies. So if it's not better, like, yeah, maybe it's still better to just directly own. If it's not better though, or sorry, if it is better, we're probably just still gonna form colonies just because I don't care about acquiring the edge in that way. I'd rather just have colonies. See the Bankruptcy Malice? Can you just release a huge vassal of yourself and play as the tag and let the leftover roll over? Maybe. I'm not sure what the release play as rules are, but yeah, maybe that's a strategy. Wanting land kind of seems like a weird one, but I think that your released countries release with your values and stuff, so... any progress you've made on that front, they release with your values and institutions and stuff. Maybe just, like, you keep it, and, like, maybe this is super good. The catch and release metagames are really weird. I guess I don't want an environment where if someone wants to play the Byzantines, the best way to do it is to start as Venice and conquer all of the Byzantine Empire, bankrupt themselves, and then release play as the Byzantines. Like, I don't know. Can you try and flesh out a bit more what proximity and distance effect are on control and market access, and what kind of modifiers have on the way they work, math-wise? Sure. I mean, we've done it math-wise. We have a video on doing it math-wise. Some of the stuff no longer applies, but... if you have kids, throw them down the stairs, because they shouldn't be seeing this, okay? Alright, so this is a spreadsheet that we have, where we have some assumptions off to the left. Let's double check that you can kind of see them. I guess you kind of can't. Oh, that's not even showing the assumptions. So we'll just briefly show the assumptions, where we're assuming certain tax rates, base margin of building, non-tax multiplier, like some various things. We have a video on it. But coming in here, you can see that basically if you don't have a lot of market access or you don't have a lot of control, the amount of value you get from a building is going to be very, very significantly diminished. This is showing that after 10 years, actually this is the column you really want to care about. This is the months it takes for a building to replace itself in terms of cost. If you have really, really low market access and have high control, it's still going to very significantly increase the number of months it costs to replace the value of the building. To be fair, we need to account for extra production efficiency here. I think a little bit more. Wait, no, we don't. We don't need to do that. Right? And if you have, like... If you have this place that's like 70 market access, 70 control, which is kind of like a middling place, it's going to take twice as long. But this twice as long, you're like, oh, it's just 2x the economy size? No. No. Everything compounds. Right? The amount of our economy size after 10 years will be 500% the size it was, or 500% bigger if we build only in capital locations. And here it's going to be 141% bigger. And this gets bigger over bigger time spans. 800% bigger versus 8,000% bigger. You know, this percent bigger, which I'm not even going to try and read because there's not commas in it, versus, you know, 668,000% bigger. Now, obviously, you're not actually going to have this because you're not going to always have opportunities to build good buildings and this type of thing. But, like, it makes a huge difference in terms of if you have market access and control. And it compounds. And it looks a lot smaller than, like, it is. Because I think you, like, look at this months to replace, which is meaningful. But you have to think of months to replace and also, the fact that you're going to get compounding. Oh no. Our live stream thing. Some questions got bricked, I think. Our live stream thing needed to get refreshed, and Breno is now the top question on top of our chat. So if you asked a question before Breno's question on culture and religion, apologies. I'm not going to be able to see it. I am trying to answer every question, though. Do you need to convert both core and culture to get a new one? I wish I knew the wording of the question, because I feel like I only partially answered it. There's a bunch of things that can help you get proximity reductions, but the thing is like, development is constantly increasing and will help for proximity reduction on land, and this isn't something you have, like, navally. So navally, like, you really spike the first, like, 70 years in, and then it just doesn't really get much better for the rest of the game. And so overall, I wouldn't mind a smoothing out of it. I wouldn't mind it being 20% like worse, like 70 to 100 years in, and then 40% better at the game's end. Something like this I'd be fine with this. I think overall it's weak, but like it specifically like looks really strong if you're like only looking at control, because it doesn't help with the market access. To be fair, you can do the thing that we discussed with like Great Britain with like multiple markets and this type of thing, but most nations aren't going to have an opportunity like Great Britain does to do that. So in the EU4, Indian Muslims can really easily change to Hindu. Is that possible in EU5? Yeah, but I think Delhi you don't want to swap if you can avoid it. Are we going to have unreasonable amounts of money that we can't even spend, like EU4 after 1700s? I think, yes. But on the first build we had in April, you would hit that like 50 years into the game, or 70 years into the game. In the build after that is maybe another 2 decades, maybe, or actually it's probably like 120 years in the game. Now it feels like it's maybe 200 years into the game, something like this. So like it's getting pushed back. One of the problems though is when you push it back, like you ruin the AI. Like as you do something that slows down the player, it also slows down the AI. So you have to like, it's a balancing act to some extent. You have to make the AI a lot smarter if the AI is going to have a lot less money as well. Generalist converting to Islam and changing his name to General Ali, mashallah. How does it work when you advanced tag switching? How do you keep the ones you had? Do you get the ones in future ages from your old tag? I think you just keep all the additions to your tech tree, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't done a nation formation since they changed this. Yeah. And do you get advanced new tag in previous ages? I think you just get it all. Sorry, Fwam. If you don't core colonized territories immediately, how do you core it then? Through the integrate cabinet action? I'm not sure exactly. Maybe we also just colonized areas where... You know what? Maybe we're just not clicking the button keep it because we don't have the bailiff, and if we kept it, it would just instantly give the cores, and we're just like huffing our own supply here. Because I actually think we haven't decided to keep it since we've known about the bailiff buff. And maybe it's just a sequencing thing where you get the cores after you decide to keep it rather than make it a colony. Can you speak up about the Papal States? They get a ton of money. They are my favorite LARP. They get a ton of money, and they get money for their being more Catholics. You're probably just supposed to religious war to try and force everyone to be Catholic, so they just pay you a bunch of buckets of ducats. The only realistic way I could see China's culture changing in the way by itself that allows it to compete with Europe is if someone dropped Confucianism and embraced the teachings of Lao Tzu. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but okay. Can Russia profit from Siberia? Yeah. It's just like, it's going to be a little bit slow. But I think you do. I think you definitely do it. It's significantly cheaper to... it's significantly... Oh, this is kind of the right region. It's significantly cheaper to colonize stuff that's really close to you, and then it refeeds back into your market, so it's kind of just free. And, but I think the area that you're really going to get value from is the Urals, and then after that it's kind of a dead zone. Like, you have to wait until, like, all the way over here to start hitting iron and copper again, so that's really far. And, like, fish, wild game, and lumber and fur just, like, aren't super, super valuable. The silver is good. But the Ural Mountains in this region are really, really strong. So, insofar as, like, a colonizable region that's good, it's going to be here, and then it's going to be kind of a dead zone. The formidable nation like the North Sea Empire, how would you even push control across the North Sea? Well, you'd start as Denmark, and you'd get the -1 prox cost. But London can push to the close coast of Denmark. London can push control, when you have, like, paved roads there easier than they can, like, interior Wales. There's, like, to talk about just sea zone number. Where is England? Do we not have England pulled up anymore? Just to think of it in terms of sea zones, the number of sea zones, like if you're pushing primarily through the sea, you're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you're gonna have a walk through there, and it's like 9 sea zones to Denmark as well, or something like this, like 8 or 9. So yeah, you can push control to Denmark easier. You kind of push via land to, like, around here. Like, you push via land to, like, this part of England, basically. If that makes sense. But it's not like Naval is, like, giving you plus 30 or 20 or something like this in a lot of these, like, close areas relative to roads. Like, roads would be just marginally worse in, like, kind of this lower area. How costly is creating markets? I think it costs 800 or... It's cheap. It's not that expensive. It's cheaper also if you have poor market access. Technically, the AI should just form them way more aggressively than it does, but destroying markets is expensive, and having a bunch of markets is stressful and kind of annoying. Generalist, has everyone told you that you say, like, every time you try and think? Not... When I first started doing this, like, people tell me I say, like, too much or something like this, but yeah, you're trying to think and you're trying to talk constantly. It's a bit of an issue. Why not just make more markets? What's the downside of more smaller markets? Well, it's, anytime... This is like a math thing, but as you add more buy and sell orders to a market, all industries get more profitable in general. And so when you do this, you're experiencing a bit of a trade-off for forming a new market, because you're going to make every industry's margins worse because prices are going to be worse. So take, for example, like, let's consider a situation where we have 2 provinces. We have 2 locations. One of them produces iron and requires tools for lumber mill. The other produces tools but has no iron and needs the iron for the tools. If that was one market, they would be able to supply each other with the inputs and outputs that they need. If it's 2 markets, then they have to do that through trade, and even then they can't pull the prices as low/high as they would want. So what would happen is the price of iron would be lower with 2 markets in the market that's producing iron, which means that the iron location would add less to the tax base, and in the location that is producing tools, the iron would be more expensive than if you had one market, meaning the input cost of tools would be greater, which would make the margin of tools profitability be lower. Also, similarly, tools prices would be lower in that market because the demand for the tools is in the lumber mills and the iron market. And so this is like one super microcosmic like example of this, but this proliferates and is present all throughout the market. And so it's going to be worse for the profitability of all your stuff. And the question is does the market access outstrip the the effects of buy and sell orders being in this way? So sad that the famine is not possible. Yeah, I mean, like, I also think that armies should just eat way more food than they do currently, or they have way too much access to food, provincial food. It's really hard to starve your army out. What was that you're drinking? What does it look like? What does it look like? With market access penalties to buildings, there must be 3 to 5 times much more markets at start date. They must be smaller and more local and much better market access. Generally speaking, yeah. When you start a game, you're like... Oh no, we didn't mean to brick our mega thread thing. We want to have that there. When you start a game... Actually, let's find the market one. We had a thing that was showing all the markets. Yeah, when you start a game, if you're, like, in the middle here, like, Austria's capital's right here. If you're on any of the edge of a market, you just want to make a new market. Like, if you started here, you make a new market. Or, like, Brandenburg, like, is kind of in one of these, like, deadish zones. You can steal the market from Lubeck. Brandenburg's, like, up here. And that this is a pretty good way to go about it. The removal of famine speaks disastrously for the quality of the AI as well, IMO. That they don't even, that they don't think they can even stop it from starving themselves. I mean, they could make the food purchasing a slider, and maybe I'm just, like, missing the... I think you still can run out of food, it's just on the other side of paying for food. Like, if there's no food for you to pay for, it just forces you to pay for the food is the thing. Yeah. Infinite money glitch? Oh, you're talking about the nobles? Yeah, I think people are just way too concerned with the nobles thing. Like, it's like a big thing, but it's like not as big as like tax efficiency or like max tax or something like this. And also, if you take it out, you're actually going to exacerbate a problem that is present in the game. So I like don't want them to like change it or fix it. The problem is that consumption needs don't really scale up that well as time goes on. And so you'll hit an event horizon eventually where you just collapse the prices of everything. Because pops, as you get richer and richer and richer, pops don't start suddenly demanding more stuff. And so this will push the price of all the goods down. To be fair, this allows you to just dominate people economically because you can get production efficiency bonuses better than they can. And if you get a bunch of bonuses, you push the price down. And if you push the price down, you export it to their market. And if you push the price down in their market, you can make it such that their industries don't have a good enough margin to be profitable at all. Although it's tough because they don't pay wages. It would be easier if there was a wages mechanic, but there's not. And you could push it down so that their industry is not even profitable. And so you have a fine cloth industry and you're exporting to them, and they can't build it because it has zero profit. And so in this way you can dominate people economically, but I don't think it's healthy for the game for the prices to just collapse. And if you play in multiplayer, this is probably what's going to happen. And since the players are smart enough to like really ramp things up, prices of buildings will just collapse, and then like all the buildings will be really close to break even, and like economies will start to stall out in a weird way that's maybe unsatisfying to the player. And the presence of additional buy orders from the nobles thing helps to offset that to some extent. It does create this really weird situation though where yeah, you push aristocracy for more money rather than plutocracy. Aristocracy is kind of annoying though for parliament, so there is a trade-off there that's maybe a little bit interesting. But yeah, you get more money with the aristocracy from the free demand. But in terms of issues where free stuff is being created, you're creating a lot more free stuff through max tax and tax efficiency. At least to me, having done like a lot of spreadsheets for analyzing buy orders effects on markets, Vic 3, my impression just on a feels basis. Does Portugal have any special way to get trading posts? They have unique building that's for trade posts, kind of. In the... Oh, hey, Playmaker. How's it going? Nerf Naval? I disagree. I think it's really good. I think you power spike really hard, like, as soon as you get it. I disagree that it's a problem. Although you've probably heard me disagree that it's a problem at this point. The Fatorias, for example, are, or the Fatoria building here, is an example of a building that I think gives you the ability to propagate maritime. I think any building that you build overseas that allows you to build maritime presence also allows you to patrol the sea, and patrolling the sea really gives you a ton of maritime presence. So, you have the Fatoria. How does China settle out? Very often Wu or Ming, crunch, Yuan. I don't think I've seen a Yuan victory yet. I've seen Yuan kind of stabilize and have Ming as a subject, though. But then, like, it's a paper tiger Yuan and a huge Ming, and I think that that's probably not a resolution, but just a stalling of Ming eventually eating China. Lemon Cake says it's not intentional and that it makes tons of money. It creates a bunch of buyers and markets, which pushes prices up. But, like, prices going up creates more opportunities for profitable buildings, and so your buildings make more money, and they add more to the tax base, and then you tax based on the tax base, and then you get more money. But also, tax efficiency just makes you get more money from taxes, too. So, like, I feel like if people want to complain about, like, free money modifiers, the efficiency modifiers, like trade efficiency, tax efficiency, these, and production efficiency, these modifiers are really creating stuff out of nothing in a way that I think exceeds the way... I think that it's a bigger excess than like this extra stimulus from the nobles, and also the Dhimmi. For those who didn't know, the Dhimmi do it as well. Yeah. Is playing tall as a low pop nation heavily limited by the fact that it doesn't have pops to employ later on? Yes. Eventually you get there. But also, your ability to build high building levels is a lot worse when you don't have a lot of pops. Like, it's really bad. Like, India... Like, a city in Delhi at game start, which is, to be fair, is like a large amount of debt as well, relative to like a city in Italy, which also has a high amount of debt. Like, the city in Italy will have a max level of like 12, and the city in Delhi will be like 22. And the reason why is more pop pushes up your ability to have higher levels. And the reason this is important is because levels give you production efficiency. And production efficiency, whatever percent production efficiency you have, it actually makes you make way more money than that. Because if you have 90 on the input cost of a building and 100 on the output, production efficiency just increases output. It's not a throughput modifier, it only increases output. And so if you get 10% production efficiency with 90 input cost and 100 output, this brings your output to 110. And so this means that 10% production efficiency doubles the profitability of the building. And so you want as tall building levels as possible when you're trying to build tall. And a big driver of how tall you can build those building levels is your pop level. So I think that it's significantly worse on low pop to try and build tall, because you're going to be impeded, not even just running out of pops to employ, like ignoring that, the fact that you can't build the buildings as tall is a very significant disadvantage. It's not quite as bad as the math with like 90, 10, 110, this type of stuff, but yeah. What happened to the disasters? I've not heard a single content creator talk about when facing a disaster that they got a large AR. That's not true. I think that, his name's escaping me right now. The French content creator, I think he's talked publicly about, in his Moscow run, running into the time of the Troubles and that just being absolutely apocalyptically bad. I also talked about the Mali disaster in my paper map theoretical fake run. What actually prevents conquering faster besides disasters? I mean, Conquering's getting throttled in a lot of ways now, because it's a significantly worse with the Bailiff nerf, and also with the Subjects nerf, it's a lot harder to just juggle infinite subjects. Hopefully the community pushes to be more comprehensive and interconnected, instead of board game. It's way less board gaming than EU4, yeah. Not being technically optimal / useful for your economy. Yeah, this is one way. Do society pops produce goods, RGOs, trading? I don't know. Yeah. I haven't been following EU5 development too closely. Does the game feel more fleshed out in terms of features than other Paradox games on release? Absolutely. What would prevent you, or you can actually check out a video from Zlewik where he does the analysis on here, maybe we can pull it up. The content of EU5 versus just EU4 now, let alone EU4 on release, and it's just like way more. Of course, the bar should be higher because it's like a decade later, but like
with EU5 coming.
With EU5 coming. We'll just link that to everyone here if you wanted to check that out. And that's like a better answer to that question than I could give it a short time period. Also, like, what would prevent your technically being the strongest 1600s from spam conquering the rest of the world and spamming endless wars? Well, like, you can't really control the territory that well. And, like, once you have a low portion of control, it's not actually productive to have more territory. Like, I think they did, like, in the control spotlight, I think they showed, like, a screenshot from playing as, the Timurids, where they conquered all of China, and then they show that it has 0 control, and that's like nothing. Like, it means it gives you nothing, basically. So... Oh no, our thing scrolled down automatically. Not like this. Let's see. Hello, Fake Life. How's it going? Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find my spot. Like, it just, like, auto-refreshes sometimes. How far down would you have to go the subject tree? Like, can you PU have a vassal and that colony have a vassal? Yeah, they can. This is, like, I think this is kind of an exploit, but yeah, you can feed subjects to your subjects, which... Eventually they'll integrate them, which sometimes is good for, like, fixing borders and this type of thing, but, like, it still pressures your capacities and stuff somewhat, but not as much as it should. And this is, like, what you're supposed to do. You can just form Business Venice. No, but I think the context I was talking about was responding to a question where someone specifically wanted to release play as a nation to avoid bankruptcy malice. I also didn't know you could form Business Venice. That makes some sense. I wish that the UI was a little bit better for seeing what potential formables you had, because right now it, like, really doesn't show you very well unless you're, like, really close to getting the formable, or like some conditions it shows it really easy. I've been planning routes for a few playthroughs already, but Central Europe eludes me. Say as Austria, do you first go upstream through Danube, or towards the mines in Tyrol or Slovakia, or towards the sea? Like, in terms of where you expand first? The way I played my Austria game might not work, because the extra pressure on subjects. But what... Austria has a lot of capacity, so maybe it still works. Can we find a culture map mode? The Danube Bavarian's already your culture and your religion. So the direct expansion, I subjugated this stuff first, and I actually allied Tyrol, Boho, and, like, Palatinate up here. I think a couple electors. So I could improve culture with them, so I could accept them for much cheaper, and then focused on the Danube first, and then once integrated, cores would be easy, and then I was turning on Bohemia and Tyrol and this type of thing in terms of order of operations. When you go to a new age, does your skeleton of admin, diplo, or military affect where you will start research? All 3 branches are not available right away. They instead get added on to the tech tree on various, generally end branches of various institutions. Are 4-year-old poppies mature enough for the spreadsheet? Nope. Gotta throw her down the stair. Them's the rules. Is lumber nearly always the best RGO to lower the building cost for other things, say for Portugal and Denmark? Yeah, it's the only thing that lowers the price of... It lowers the price of all the RGOs. Masonry is going to lower the price of buildings, generally speaking. Spinning up RGOs, though, is usually really good early on. Do you think Pops should be allowed to buy more goods than they afford? I think that they shouldn't be able to, but I'm disinterested in fixing that issue before there is a fix to the fact that pop consumption doesn't increase as you get richer. Because what you're gonna have is like an absence of like stimulus, and then buildings are gonna like make nothing. I mean, maybe this is fine. Maybe you just nerf the entire economy. I don't think it's a look. I think if you want to if you're talking about free money, like, and you're like, this money's too free. The culprit is not the nobles eating more than they buy. It's max tax modifiers, tax efficiency modifiers, production efficiency modifiers, and trade efficiency modifiers are all like bigger factors. So, using railroads, how far can you push control? Real far. Real far. Because you'll also have like a decent amount of dev and a decent amount of modifiers, and so every location you travel will probably, if you have a 50% discount in total, which is not unreasonable, 40 control, or 35 control, 15 for modifiers, something like this, you're going to have places that are better than that, you're going to have places that are worse than that. If you have that, then let's look at a different map. Can we find a map that's like more zoomed in and smaller, please, Bueller? I guess Egypt works. Traveling each location is going to be like 2.5. So if you have like 100 proximity here, it's going to be like 97, 95, 87. Mind you, you're generally going to have more control than proximity. 87, 85, 82, 80. But realistically, you're going to push via the sea and then push inland. So like, you're going to be able to have like 90 plus all throughout all this with railways. This is perhaps a poor example because you're actually going to push a lot navally. But like pushing through here to this, instead of normally when you go to the Red Sea and you're coming from Cairo, you're going to come through here. It's going to cost 40. And then you come here and it costs like 6 or 7 or whatever. Instead, you're probably going to do this, 97, 95, 90, 92, 90, 87, 85, 82, 80, 77, 75, 72. And so this place could have like 80 or 90 control, and then you go out to the Red Sea, because 70, what did we say was 72 is way better than like 56 or whatever. But at the start of the game, you go out this way. And so it's just way faster. So this means that once you touch the Red Sea, you're going to have like plus 30 than what you had before. So all of these areas down here are also going to be way better and stuff like this. Something like this. Do AI Society Pops produce any goods? I don't think... I don't know if they do. I haven't tried to take a look at this. Can you explain coring versus integrating and assimilating versus converting? All those are EU4? Sure. So when you conquer a location, its status will be conquered. You will get -10 control and some nasty separatism. You can then use cabinet action to integrate it, or it will become integrated over the course of like 100 years or something, just automatically, but you generally use the cabinet action. Once it becomes integrated, it will just be integrated, and it will have +5 control. Then, if its culture is an accepted culture or your primary culture, and if it has over 50% your religion, it will become a core where it will get +15 or +20 control, but there's 15 more than just integrated. And so it's like stepping up a ladder of location ranks or integration ranks. Is there any reason not to spam markets everywhere? And we kind of answered this question extensively a little bit ago, so we'll not answer it again in an extensive way, but yes, it makes the prices of everything better in a market for purposes of making buildings profitable. And so that's the reason not to spam. Also, a big reason that we didn't discuss is that you can only migrate within a market. So in terms of moving around pops, you can't really move around pops well if you have a ton of markets. And so pops can't get to the good locations that they need to get to. Does AI make Austria-Hungary PU oftenly? Oftenly. I don't think I've seen it, but I've not been exactly checking for personal unions with the AI. Is there any heavy pop moving stuff that can be done with slaves raiding? Yes, you can move a lot through slaves and raiding, and I think not even every Muslim country gets access to this, but specifically like the Mamluks, Mali, and the Ottomans like have access to this as a mechanic, so it's going to be pretty good. We're gonna answer some questions from Twitch here. They seem to be training the AI pretty quick for EU5. Yeah, huge step-ups from the last patch. I remember you guys saying... So, the AI didn't do anything at all back in May. The AI was pretty active in May, but it had a ton of money in May. The patch that we had before this, like, over the course of 200 years, we saw Castile double the size of their economy. Which is real slow. And we had, I think, like 100x the size of ours. Now... Castile can double the size of their economy, like, in the first, like, 20, 30 years or something. Or 10 to 20. So, like, a huge improvement in terms of how much they actually get money relative to the last version. Why will this be the last stream in a while? Not the last stream, but the last Q&A stream. Hey, Joe Pro, thank you for the 19 months. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Hey, Svanka, how's it going? How you be? Joe Pro, I think, is the longest subscriber now. I think there was one other guy who was really long with you, but then I think he, like, missed a couple months or something. I don't know. Thank you so very much, my guy. Much appreciated. I feel like I didn't fully answer the question. Why will this be the last stream of the WoW? We're gonna probably do Victoria 3 streams on Saturdays for at least 1 to 2 weeks. And then there's, like, kind of some other reasons why I might be streaming just less EU5 stuff that I don't want to talk about as much. But also, yeah, let's... Are we going to amass an amount of money that we can't even spend it like EU4 in the mid-game? Yeah, I kind of think so. Well, the thing is, you could still spend like 30k, but like, usually once you really start hard spinning it up... The thing is like, you don't need that much army to go against the AI. Maybe if you're full spending on army... It starts to be a bit of a thing. How is Siberia colonization balanced? Do the Hoarder or China nations even colonize Siberia? Are they hardcore to not to? I imagine they colonize it. They don't explore, though. My comment about Lao Tzu Confucianism was another chatter. Can China compete with Europe with my own culture biases? My apologies. Okay. Oh, Kurt. Do you think they will fix unlimited credit card from the estates? I don't think it's a problem. I think it eventually will be fixed. Yeah. Did you not make maritime bark dock abuse, and that's why you want to redo? Oh, for Sweden, for Playmaker? Yeah. I mean, like, playing Sweden without going naval is just, like, big rough times. Like, the terrain in Sweden is pretty bad for pushing, if I recall correctly. And if you have to push via ocean, via these, it's like 40 if you don't have maritime. So it's a lot worse than not going it. But, like, I think if we look at, like, the terrain and stuff, it's actually, like, pretty rough terrain. To be fair, they nerfed all the terrain modifiers, or they made them not as big. Or I guess that's flatland, but forest, yikes, kind of hard to push through. Yeah, pushing through the forest is going to be painful. But, yeah. So if you're on the edge of the market to start make your own market, pretty much. This will almost always be correct. Is Tinto talk from a long time ago still accurate? Over the time markets will get bigger and consolidate instead? They won't consolidate. You can destroy markets, though. I think destroying markets should be cheaper the smaller the market is, so if you're really running over a market with your market size, it should be easy to destroy the market. I also think destroying it should be a war goal, but it's not. Can you explain in detail how natural harbors influence control and trade access propagation? So natural harbors, what it will do is it will make it cheaper to enter and exit the sea zone. So it's not going to be an enormous amount. Thank you so, sorry, I just started answering the question without thank you. Thank you so very much for the £5. Let's see. So playing as England here, what it will do is it'll make it so that it is cheaper to enter the first sea, which you can functionally reduce to 0, and it'll make it cheaper when you disembark and enter the land place. So connecting two places with higher natural harbors will be cheaper. But all those in-betweens, that's entirely maritime access, and natural harbors do not affect it. So it is going to be useful specifically for the entering, exiting. And in fact, it was recently buffed. It used to only affect the exiting. And this is something I left a feedback ticket on. Because, like, because it was like you could just dev province the outgoing capital province, and this is what you should do in order to get it to 0 to enter this, or functionally 0. It's like 0.01. There's no floor on it, so you're allowed to go to 0.01 to enter the sea zone, but then everything else is still going to be costly. So what effectively it'll do is it'll reduce the connection on the outgoing one maybe from 3 to 0, and then when you eventually land, it'll reduce it from, like, I don't know, like 5 to 2 or something like this, if you're doing pretty hot, if you're doing pretty good in that department. This type of thing. Thank you so very much, Chasm, for the $5. In the Venice video, it sounded like you hit a price equilibrium across your markets. Would you ever hit a global price equilibrium? Eventually, this kind of happens. Once you hit global trade, you start popping off a bunch because you get all the demand from other markets, because you generally have cheaper prices, so you can dump a bunch of goods to them. But eventually, you eat up all the demand from other markets, and eventually you will hit, like, a price, like, you will start, like, you will start stalling out, and, like, you look in your building's projected profitability is like 0 on, like, all your buildings and this type of thing. I think it's kind of an unsatisfying play pattern, so I think you need to increase consumption, and this is a big reason why I don't care about the nobles thing. Like, if they remove the nobles thing, that time where you hit the, like, everything being equilibriumed out will be so much earlier. And so, yeah. We gotta find, where we were on a thing. Don't fix it? You mean fix it in a way that doesn't break the game? I mean fix the other thing first. Odd question, is it possible to facilitate increase in assimilation conversion speed by lowering taxes on your pups? Not really. Not as far as I know. Have you tried playing a full... well, if you lower taxes, you'll increase satisfaction. Satisfaction increases control. Control throttles these things, but it's really, really marginal. Have you tried playing a full tall campaign where you play as a small country like Norway or Netherlands without any conquest? Is it boring? We kind of played relatively tall as Netherlands. We kept it in our pants for a while before we annexed Castile. So, kind of, but then we annexed Castile. Do shortages of goods give you malices to efficiency like in Vicky? Yes. Is it possible for nations to get unique techs like in IR? A bunch of nations have unique advances, yeah. This is the primary way in which power is given to nations for flavor reasons and this type of thing. It sounds like naval control versus land control push is in a really good spot. I like it. Naval allows for a wider push, but with the drawback that you could be ruined if your navy is destroyed. And also, like, you don't have land on the other side of... Like, if you go to your capital here in Durham, right? Your capital is a source of control. It pushes control in every direction. And so that push in every direction is a resource. When there's an ocean next to you, you're giving up some of that resource. But what you get is you get the ability to push control, like, navally. But, like, also, just historically, naval pushes were insane. It's probably, at the current point, like, from a simulation perspective, naval is probably weaker than it, like, would have been historically. But, like, maybe they want to keep the like cap on the power level to some extent and not have interior countries be gimped, relatively speaking, but like also like there was a reason why the major like powers were like England and France more so than Poland. When you run out of pops, do you legitimately mean like Vic 3 style depeasanting? Yes. Doesn't that feel historically unimmersive? I don't really think so. To some extent, eventually you get throttled by building levels once your pop gets high enough, rather than by like pops. Jason Moraztha, thank you for the follow, big nice. So, is there any requirement to block a crossing other than putting your navy there? I don't think so. I'm not actually sure you block crossings, though. I feel like in one of my Venice wars, like, I didn't block Verona, but maybe that's a bug, or maybe that's particular to Venice, and it's not a crossing, it's just considered attached. Yeah. Are there cute cat boys in the EU5? Look for the mod on day one, probably. In Vic 3, is the issue I run out of people working the factories if I don't have multiculturalism? How's this approach to EU5? Well, you don't have mass migration from other markets. You can only migrate it within a market, so there's no like multiculturalism to pull a bunch of immigrants type of thing. Yeah. Are you planning on doing an AAR for Delhi? Maybe. The way in which I might save my Delhi strategy for video. I have to start thinking about that a little bit more, because it took me, I had a few failed starts as Delhi, but I think I have a really consistent strategy now to just like escape as Delhi. But one of the reasons I don't want to do an AAR is because I think that the disaster for Delhi might be bugged, or the situation might be bugged, and so I kind of want to know if it's bugged or not before necessarily doing that. Man, YouTube's got to get on their thing. My like chat keeps glitching out. The pain. But maybe, I don't know. If I guess if people really want me to, I might. But I'm gonna have like a bunch of Vicky 3 stuff coming up. I do have notes for doing a Delhi one, so I prepared to do like a detailed AAR for the first 100 years. Yeah. But like, regardless of being productive, does it actually stop you? If not then all the talk of being able to stop World Conquest. Well, I think World Conquest is just way slower than EU4. I don't really know EU4 that well, but like, yeah, you can take a lot of dirt relatively easily. I think that maybe it should be harder, but like, that's a combination of AI and balance, right? Because the AI should be more punishing, I think, and then like, balance maybe could stop you a little bit more, but like, I think that war score cost, I think that I really don't like discount modifiers, because when you stack a bunch of them, it leads to like absurd stuff, and you could stack war score cost reduction. I would prefer it to be an efficiency modifier, which means that instead of the modifier like so, do we just... No, we can't just clear it all like that. Alright, fair enough. No! What a world, what a world! Okay. Oh my god, I forgot what question I'm answering, why I needed this. I just got so pressed about the thing. Something about World Conquest. Oh, efficiency modifiers. Okay, so the way that it works right now is, this is a discount modifier, right? Currently it works as a discount. And the way that this works is 1 minus x, where x is your bonus. And the problem with this is you have increasing returns. The more you stack of this modifier in it, the more valuable it is for you as a player. And so this creates weird, perverse incentives for modifier stacking, this type of thing. And also, if you could ever stack a lot of it, it just gets absurd and silly. What I mean by this is, like, if you get 25% discount war score cost reduction, then you will, you know, get 25% off. But if you get another 25%, that's not 25% off, it's 33% off relative to baseline. And then if you get another 25% off, right, it's not 25% off, it's half off. And then finally another 25% is 100% off. So the more of the modifier you have, the more valuable it becomes in terms of what you can do. And an efficiency modifier doesn't do that. Okay? Efficiency modifier is going to be the price of the thing is 1 over 1 plus X. Right? So if you have 100% efficiency, yeah, the new cost of the thing is going to be 1/2. If you have 200% efficiency, because 1 plus 1, 1 over 2. If you have 200% efficiency, it's going to be, if you have 200% efficiency, the cost of the thing is going to be 1/3. If you have 300% efficiency, it's going to be 1/4. 400%, 1/5. You were seeing you were getting decreasing returns, although you are still able to stack the modifier for increased gains. From a math perspective, this functions very similar to an increase modifier, right? Where if you have an increase modifier, or it basically turns the math the same. An increase modifier, the more you get of it, the less valuable it is. So, like, the first 10%, if you get plus 10% damage, right, you will do 110% of damage. If you get plus 100% damage, you will double your damage. But if you get plus another 100 relative to already being plus 200%, you're actually only adding 50% damage. So you have decreasing returns for these. Relative to baseline. And my problem with Conquest in general, one of the ways you make Conquest kind of broken in general, is that you have increasing returns on the thing that allow you to do more of it, which is reduce war score cost. And it should be an efficiency modifier instead. But secondarily, I think that when you have multiple participants, the fact that you could separate Ps... Look, if you can get 100% war score on 2 participants, then you are getting 200% war score of stuff. Why do we do that? And so what you should do is, if you separate piece someone, you should be able to separate piece someone, but if you take 20% war score, the max war score you should be able to take after that, it should be 80%. Which is not an EU4 thing at all. I understand in EU4 you could just, like, stack it up and run it up, but, like, if one of the resources you expend is your ability to declare a war, and CBs are expensive, then you should only be able to get 100% war score in the CB. But this allows you to get, like, 200%, which is multiplicatively effective with having discount modifiers. And so, like, if you actually wanted to make it difficult, you would go about changing the math. But, yeah. House control when you're in the Americas? Kind of bad because woodlands and forests. Is it much better to release the colonial nations? I have to check the math. The math was clear with bailiffs. You just wanted to hold on to everything. But if you can core someone and core something and city it, it's probably okay. But it's gonna be, you need 50k pops to city. So if you core it and town it, it's gonna be 25 control, not including satisfaction. Satisfaction brings it down to 20. You're close, bro. Like, if you have a child, throw them down the stairs right now, because we're going to look at the spreadsheet. But, like, the break-even point for subjects, without considering a bunch of extra stuff, is, like, 15%. Just, like, raw, they make you more money. Not including, like, you getting more crown power, which is significant, is, like, 15%. You make more money. If you have under this amount of control, it's better for a subject to own it. And this is at assuming your subject has 70 market access. If you assume your subject has more market access, this number gets, like, in the 20s and this type of stuff. And so if you have small subjects, it's gonna, like, look a lot worse. So at a certain point, it's not worth it to be owning it. What are the consequences of being Muslim with all Hindu land? You can't core anything. It's kind of rough. You have a bunch of uncored land at start. I kind of think that coring should be a little bit different regarding the new religion requirement. What's the fastest way to facilitate pop cultural religious conversion? Well, unfortunately, you go humanist to facilitate culture, and you go spiritualist to facilitate religious conversion. Other than that, just having high control in an area. Technically, you should just juggle around the increased control cabinet action, and that cabinet action is just absurd and should be nerfed, and I don't abuse it, but what you can do is, it gives you like 7 times, it gives you like a 3% control gain. And your control decay is 5. So what this means is that you can increase control in 6 different areas and just cycle it around. And you can use this to basically increase control in 6 different provinces. And let's say each province has 5 locations. You can get plus 30 control in like 30 locations. Just by juggling it around per cabinet action. And it's just clearly the best thing to do, but it's so incredibly tedious and gamey that I just don't do it. But increasing control using that cabinet action in areas you're trying to convert will get rid of the ballast from lack of control for both religious and cultural conversion. So, but also there's like, it's hard to convert religion kind of early before Reformation because the base conversion rate's like 2 or something like this. I'm curious what the map tends to look like mid to late game, like 1650 to 1700. Are there usually a few blobs, or are there still a bunch of smaller states? There's like medium-sized blobs, but still a lot of smaller states. Does the HRE usually stay fragmented? It's kind of consolidates a little bit. It consolidated a lot more on the April patch. It doesn't do that as much now. Does building in foreign countries return on investment or not? It depends what's throttling you at home. If gold is what's throttling you at home, generally no. But like if you don't have good build slots or enough pops or enough XYZ, then it often can. And sometimes if it is pushing you to allow you to gain control of a market, then it's going to be a big deal. Like if you build an overseas trade building and then you use that to patrol the maritime, and that allows you to control over a market, then it's much more likely to pay off. But there are a lot of countries, like the merchant republics, get a huge discount in building in foreign countries. And so with these guys specifically, it's going to be a lot worth it, but for other countries, it's not going to be worth it as much. Are you going to do a map, paint the map style AAR soon? Probably not like the Molly paint the map ones, because those take me forever to do, and I'm trying to make sure I get a lot of hours in the game, so it's going to be a little bit prohibitive. Yeah. Generalist talk economy in the left ear, playmaker in the right ear. Yeah, something like that. Have you played Sweden yet, Mr. General? No, but I'm gonna play Denmark. Denmark's got this absurd bonus. Do we have them already opened up here? Let's clear this out. Yeah, this proximity cost through maritime is just kind of insane. I have to double check how the math applies, but I believe this applies after maritime reductions. And so the maritime reduces the cost to like 8 or 4 to 8. And let's just call it, for the sake of simple math, let's call it 5 to move through a sea zone. And what this does is it brings it from 5 to 4. But you also have 1 reduction through 100 navals, so instead of going from 5, it goes from 5 to 3. And this is kind of what we're getting at with the reduction modifiers, just in general. Like, a lot of issues with proximity getting absurd is, like, when you have more reduction modifiers, because you only having to pay 3 proximity to go through a sea zone is nuts. And that is, you know, a very significant discount relative to other countries. So, Denmark might just be the most absurd one if you're, like, trying to make maritime look busted. Even though, like, other countries have... Actually, Denmark has a perfect shape for it as well, so... Geographically speaking, England, I think, has the, like, kind of best setup. Because you could push into northern France. But, and have really good territory in North France, and effectively have, like, 4 markets. And so with each of those 4 markets, you'll get the market access, because the naval's bad with the market access. It's bad with the market access. And England is really good at being able to recoup the market access just because of its geographic situation, where you have, like, a waterway that's very small that you don't have to move through, and, like, entire opposing area landmass. So... EU5 is too modifier stacky. Yeah, the modifier stacking becomes a problem with the... I think we've discussed this, but like the modifier stacking is specifically a problem with discount modifiers, I think. There's not really an increased modifier where I have a problem with the modifier stacking, so... I brought this up. I think it would involve an enormous overhaul, Herculean effort, so I don't think that they should do it at this point, but it would have been preferable, and like maybe they could do one thing at a time, and so maybe like the first things that they visit with this is war score cost and proximity, because it seems like there are issues created in both of these. Like, the reason why the Padlock Canal was turbo-nerfed and Dev Province was turbo-nerfed was because both of these gave proximity cost reduction. And they would allow you to stack, like, close to 100 or 100 proximity cost reduction, making it only cost 1 proximity to go through a location. And, like, what we were doing on India, like, on the June patch, when we played India... is like, yeah, let's find it. There we go, India. So when you have max control, the area is blue, okay? This entire area, we had blue at 100 control because it was only costing us 1 to move through a location. And so, like, you don't get that if you don't have a discount modifier and you instead have an efficiency modifier. But, like, this doesn't mean you should go to the forums and ask the devs to change it, because that would require so much work while we're in kind of, like, the home stretch. I would hate for the devs to decide that they want to switch to efficiency modifier in the last 5 weeks before release, because then everything would be broken. Whereas, like, here it's coherent and, like, stuff makes sense and stuff is balanced. And, like, I don't want them to randomly swap to these modifiers. You have... How is distance calculated? You have proximity score of a location, and then a cost between locations for how much proximity you need to pay to travel between those two locations. And as you kind of connect to the capital, for each location you go through, you lose an amount of proximity equal to the cost between the two things. So you have a bunch of chains. Think of it in terms of chain links. And so every location you move over is going to cost an amount. So London to Windsor, you pay 5. So you had 100 control here, or 100 proximity here, now you have 95. And then you pay 5 to go to Reading, so you have 90. And then you pay 5 to go here, except for the terrain gets a little bit rough here, so let's call it 7. But you get the idea. You're just paying per link that you add. Tried to create subject with Oman and put you at 42 over 1.5 cap. Well, who'd you try and subjugate? That's cute, though. Your economy size is a huge driver of that, and I think it's mostly based on your tax base. It doesn't consider your trade very much. And so your tax base in Oman is probably booty. Unless I'm mistaken, the resources are really bad in Oman. The resources in general in Arabia are really bad, but Oman, there's a couple like good resource piles, but Oman, not Yemen. Yeah, yikes. I think Yemen has some good resources, maybe. Yeah, you have some coffee, you got an iron, just like, we're kind of making moves. Here it's like you have a couple pearls. But yeah, it seems rough. The complete lack of wood just seems really unpleasant. Vicky related question: Tuesday, when update and DLC launches, is there going to be sales? Discount on Vicky content? So I can just tell you that generally speaking, content creators are just never going to know about sales, and the reason why is that Paradox does not have much of an incentive to tell content creators about sales, and has an enormous downside in that if Paradox tells a content creator and then a content creator links it, that's not just decreased leaks it. That's not just decreased sales for Paradox, but Paradox will get sued by Steam. It's not legal for Paradox to give hints or to tell ahead of time when there are going to be sales. So not only do I not know, because I don't know, but Paradox will never tell me when a sale is incoming. I actually had a little bit of a discussion with the marketing team over something specifically, which is that if there's going to be a free week, I really would like to know ahead of time. That way I can make tutorials. Because tutorials are best. It's nice to have current tutorials close to free weeks, this type of thing. And it was I won't go into the specifics of the conversation, but like the main idea is that they can't tell content creators, because it's just it's not just a decreased revenue for them, because people obviously won't buy it if they know it's going to go on sale tomorrow, and so you'll lose the sale. But like, they will get legal action from Steam. Like, they will get bopped. It's not just like I will get bopped, but they will get bopped as well. So there's like you're never going to find that out from a content creator, other than just a speculative, like, shot in the dark by a content creator based on like patterns. Like, very often there's a free week. Like, I think there's been 2 free weeks for Vicky in November. I can tell you that, but like I'm never gonna know ahead of time on that type of thing, unless they decide that they want to tell me specifically so that I could do beginner tutorials. But the upside on that seems just negligible, close to non-existent relative to like the potential downside if I were to be a dirty leaker. I can't share details on when we'll get new gameplay. Do some trading companies have flavor, or are they generic? I think they're just generally generic. We haven't really gotten to sink our teeth into trade companies that much yet. I've been playing a lot of runs between 1 and 200 years in, trying to see as much different countries and this type of stuff as possible, as opposed to going for deep runs, and I play pretty slow. So yeah. If pops only move within the market, is there any migration to the New World? I think there's like a cabinet action which lets you move pops to the New World, but for the most part, it's just the initial migration before you found the colony, and that's it, and then you're done. And there's no like continuing movement to the New World. I think that migration is it's not necessarily a simulation issue that they are doing it this way, but it's like a huge performative issue. If you introduce like a lot of migration pulls, if the number of locations that are pulling on another location are only within a market, that's a significantly different level of calculations than if the entire world is pulling on a location. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So it would make sense to make a tiny market at the bottom. Well, you don't get to choose how big the market is in a really direct way. But you're saying make one in the bottom corner of Hungary and then only build RGOs there, since they get mega nerfed by bad market access? Well, RGOs, you get access to the RGOs by market access. It doesn't produce less, but you just don't get as much tax from it. Yeah, I mean, like, it depends on what your access looks like. I kind of... Here, let's pull up the map. I'm kind of the opinion, you're talking about, like, down here. Yeah, it might make sense to make a market here. One of the problems is the terrain here is actually just really rough, just in general. I think maybe a market further down here maybe makes more sense, or something like this. We would have to take a close look at the Carpathia and the Balkans map. Because generally speaking, if you have clearings of some kind that don't have a bunch of rough terrain, those tend to be better for markets, just in terms of how things work. And I believe that, yeah, the clearing we were about to say is like mainly in Wallachia, northern Bulgaria. And so a market in here would probably be best. And then it would give decent control to this portion of, you know, like this. But like this would be where you'd be thinking of a market, or even over here. Rather than, like, in Hungary, like, right here in the hills. Because then it's not going to push very far in terms of market access. So I think you would prefer something like that. I guess if you intentionally want it to be as small as possible, maybe you put it in the middle of nowhere. But it is, like, a little bit rough. Would Moravian integrate at all into Bohemia? AI Bohemia integrates everyone. Can you remove forests? Not currently. That's in the radar for something they want to be able to do. What's the craziest stuff you've seen from the AI? Maybe unusual empires, personal unions, or something else? Oh, Papal States just colonizing and like discovering the New World a bunch is kind of funny. There exists small buildings. I don't know. That's not that crazy though. It's kind of like a normal thing that we see a lot. I don't know exactly what the craziest thing we've seen is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we've seen anything too crazy. There exist small buildings for wood, sandstone, and fish. Does one exist for rice, wheat? No, one exists for sheep. In terms of what you can get from food, one exists for sheep, and then a village exists, a farming village exists for cattle. And so these are the two food sources that you can kind of generate a little bit more from. How does bankruptcy work in EU5? We posted a screenshot. Or not a screenshot, rather. A screenshot of our Discord, where we said on the Discord, which if anyone wants to check out the Discord, there is discussion that we have there on EU5. But I'll just rattle off because I think I can find that relatively quickly. Oh no! When I Control F bankruptcy. When I Control F bankruptcy, I get a bunch of people talking about Vic3, which makes more sense. You get minus 90%, I think this is for 5 years, you get minus 90% crown power, minus 5% estate equilibrium on the nobles, clergy, and burghers, minus 90% army, navy morale. So if the AI is opportunistic, like, ideally the AI just jumps on you the second you bankrupt and is just super punishing, but, like, that might not happen. Minus 50 pop promotion speed. This means you basically don't promote pops. Well, you will if you're using increased urbanization. Plus 200 pop demotion speed. Your pops don't necessarily demote, but if they are demoting, they demote really fast. Minus 2.5% prosperity. This is pretty rough. This means your development will go down. Probably by the end of this, you will be having negative development gain, or development loss, rather. Minus 90% research speed. This is kind of one of the big tickers. Just getting absolutely crippled on research for 5 years is not something you can recoup. There's not a way to invest a lot more resources in order to research faster, really. You, like, kind of invest in civilian infrastructure, like universities and, like, libraries, but there's no, like, pay money for research mechanic. Minus 100 GP score, minus 50% loan capacity, minus 90% construction speed. A big backbreaking because, like, everything was just going to completely stall out with that, and 0.5 progress towards traditional economy. But that said, maybe it makes sense to like do it once or twice in like certain phases of the game to just super run it up. But I kind of don't think so. Like, it's a bit tough. I don't want to live in a world where bankruptcy is super meta, though. I think that's just kind of insipid. So like, even if it is good, we probably won't abuse it, except to just show off that it's abusable or something like this. You talk about worrying about how the noble spending is needed, otherwise production isn't profitable. I'm not saying it's needed, I'm saying I'd rather they fix the other issue first, rather than fix an issue that's going to exacerbate the other issue. Like, in terms of sequencing of issue fixing. But isn't that kind of historical? Historically, there wasn't that much profit. Yeah, so I think that the first 200 years of the game, the GDP, like, during that time period, global GDP is, like, flat. I think that's correct if you just want to simulate stuff, but ultimately this is a game. I think if they make it so that you just don't grow your economy for the first 200 years, that'll be super miserable. I don't think people want to play a game like that. Like, I think that's, like, one of those points where, like, you're playing a game, you, like, have to, like, your fidelity to simulation has to, like, has to end at places where it's really unfun from a gameplay mechanic. So making information hyper opaque is another example of this. Like, you shouldn't be able to know what the income of anyone else is, really, or you shouldn't be able to know how many troops they have. You shouldn't be able to, like, fog of war type mechanics, just in general, are unfun to play with, so games tend not to include them and tend to give you perfect information. But from a simulation perspective, you should never have good information. And so I think that, like, having flat GDP, you could do it. This would be a better simulation, but it would make for an unfun game. IMO Naval needs to be nerfed. I disagree. I would move my capital to the coast as everyone at this point. I'm not entirely sure you make more as VJ, moving your cap to the coast. it makes your control map mode look really pretty. I think that specifically, like in the phase of the game where you're like 80 years in and you're just maxing control or you're just maxing maritime, it's probably better. But like if you're talking over the course of the entire game, I don't think it's better. And like your overlap of high market access areas, specifically like with India, like the terrain is like, you don't have these super nice pockets for market access. Like your market access is like all good here, and if you have your markets on the coast, you're just gonna have a couple like coastal provinces because market access doesn't push via water that well. I mean, there's some flatland pockets here, but they also have like jungle. And so, like, you'll have, like, an okay market here, like, okay thing here. But your ability to have, like, these really dense, like, urban, like, production areas, let's call them, like, is going to be significantly diminished. Not that big an impact in the early game, but, like, once you start getting workshops of various, like, kinds, like, I do think your economy is just going to be smaller, but maybe you have more crown power, but like once you're above 25 crown power, the marginal crown power is a lot less valuable. I don't know. It's possible that it's better for VJ, because I know you're playing VJ right now, so like it's kind of like the context. But I also really like Dev Province in this scrum. And like then if you have the capital in this scrum, like you can have like you're talking about having like 80 to 90 to 180 or 190 80 like type on the coast, and then like having 40 to 50 inland or something like this, versus having like inland maybe an average of 75 and then outland here like the 40 or 50. Also currently Playmaker, the land values is bugged. So like land values should just be better than it is currently. For like naval value is just strictly better because land value doesn't really do anything. But once you have that in there, like a little bink of a couple extra, you know, proximity reduction will also make things look a little bit better. But you also just have a kind of high density of coastline here. You might be right that naval's better for VJ specifically. But, like, for Delhi, I wouldn't want to push naval and have the capital here. Orissa, I would definitely want to go naval. Especially because you can push over to here. But, like, you're talking about, like, having a geography that's, like, good for it. And a lot of nations don't have geographies that are good for it. You can essentially hit a cap of land you can get control from via land, but not navally. Navally, you, like, get more overall because you start pushing inland from the roads, but, like, that's... Like, you're still, like, the roads are still being good. Like, I feel like you want to live in an environment where, like, if you're on the coast, it's reasonable to go land instead. And I just don't think that that environment, from a balance perspective, should exist, because then maritime will be super ass. And I do think, like, VJ has, like, this particular environment that's super good for Dev Province, specifically. Which incentivizes you to be inland. Did we already scroll past that map mode? Yeah, we did. But Dev Province is also just super nerfed. Like, old Dev Province, it's like, you just definitely shouldn't move your capital from the coast, but you might have it in this one. And the issue here is that these, like, this is, I think, is 18 or 19 locations. And you could Dev Province all of these, and as you get more Dev, as the game goes on, you get to the point where you can have, like, 100 in all of these. And this is, like, 50 locations. And the coast, like, you get it on the coast, and this is a ton of locations, but the problem is once you're on the coast, then you hit the mountains. To be fair, they nerfed the amount that of mountains impede control, so it's not as bad on that front. But, like, when you push in from the mountains, like, you're pretty committed to either being here or, like, on the coast, right? Because you either have to go through the mountains or not. I think here is, like, the best spot, though, with the least friction. if you're going to go coast, in terms of getting interior. And then you could actually dev here and here and here, and then actually push in this way and that way. So you could still kind of do some dev province thing. You want to be dev provincing wherever you have your capital, or wherever you're outgoing your naval from anyway. I don't know. I'd have to take a closer look at it, because I haven't played since the patch. VJ. Continuing on the price equilibrium, what wage mechanic would be useful? There's no wages, though. Yeah, a wage mechanic would be great, but the wage mechanic would not be very performative. Yeah. How is that not historically super unimmersive? Depeasanting the Vic 3 is insanely ahistorical, let alone hundreds of years earlier. I'm shocked that so few people seem to care. It doesn't happen when you have a lot of pops. But if you have really low pops, I think your question was you asked really low pops. I didn't ask properly. How could someone like France get Portugal's unique tech if they had Portuguese pops? Oh, no, you can't just get pops, or you can't just get techs because you have the pops. I feel like there's so much talk about historical sim, like how does having pops represented feel historical if the representation of them is so widely ahistorical? It's still just infinitesimally closer than EU4, like... And it's not close. Like, to have pops rather than just 3 development scores. Yeah, disasters were supposed to ultimately help the AI stop you from expanding infinitely. I don't think that there's disasters that you pop from just getting huge, just generally. Also, economy being out of control doesn't help for world conquest. Yeah, if you slow down the economy a little bit... Well, the problem is the AI doesn't fight back enough. So, like... If you slow down economy, you slow down the economy for the AI, too. Like, it's... Just slowing down the economy doesn't make it... the AI beat you more. Quite easy to stack max war score costs with minus 50% from Imperialism, so you only need another 40 to hit 90. Yeah. But if it was like, if it was a plus 200% efficiency modifier, right? Then you would be getting stuff for 1/3 the price, not 10% of the price. So you can, yeah. No, I think that war score cost reduction specifically, but also maybe like people want it to like just spin up super high. But yeah, I've brought this up like so many times that like I don't think I'm gonna bring up the feedback on the math anymore. Like I think I've said like what I want to say about it, and I think it's not smart for them to do it right now. So it, like maybe doesn't even make sense. But like I think that you fix the modifier stacking problem entirely if you do this, and every other approach where you still have discount modifiers is just like a band-aid over the real issue, which is discount modifiers. Did you quit Victoria 3? No, we're going to play Victoria 3 next week when the patch comes out. We're still doing coverage of every dev diary on Vic 3. We just haven't been playing much Vic 3 because we're trying to have 1337 hours of EU5 before release. Secondary targets now add plus 65, 66 war score costs, so it's very nerfed. That's fair enough, but like... It's still, you're still doing a bit of this. Even if it's very nerfed, like, I still think there are a lot of countries that are sufficiently small that even, like, you just full annex them for the 66% and then they're just gone. You just get bopped, like, is targeting high provinces good strategy like Victory? No, because you can't get control there unless you're planning on, like, moving everything there, I guess. I don't know how you culture flip, so maybe if you conquer enough pops worth of provinces, it's cheap for you to culture flip. And you should just culture flip Chinese and conquer Chinese territories every game. But, like, bro, I'm not gonna do that. Like, that's just kind of... I mean, I would maybe do that for, like, an example, but, like, that just does not seem like... then you're just playing China. Why not just start as China? It's like... I think is it reasonable to increase control in one province you are converting? Yes, I agree. I think that that's reasonable. I think the shuffling it around is the problem. So I think that they should change the math on decay. And make decay happen, like, at an equilibrium basis or much faster. -5 distance to capital, to +5 communication speed. Yeah, but I would make the communication speed, like, plus 10%, right? Because the way that these work, the way that they're currently balanced is they're balanced around being a discount modifier, right? You would have to rebalance everything for being an efficiency modifier. So all the modifiers would have to be way bigger. And you could do them way bigger, and it would be fine. And it would also make things a lot more smooth, like, I think in terms of what control looks like, just generally speaking. I think it would be really smoothed out, where, like, sometimes you can stack... Like, right now, you can dev province your capital, and as you dev it up to, like, 70, like, this makes the cost free for adjacent areas. And it takes forever to get there, and the power spike is at a time where you're just a little bit before railroads, so, like, then you'll have railroads, which makes base cost 5 anyway, everywhere anyway. And, like, dev provincing would... They could also unnerf dev province. Dev province died for the sins of discount. Like, dev province, the problem is not you having dev, the problem is the discount on proximity cost, right? And this is, like, 100% where basically all the power is for a dev province, and is really frustrating because he can't, like, if you just want the dev to have the dev, like, that's not where the power level is. And so if you nerf, like, what dev is giving you to proximity by virtue of making it not a discount modifier, because a discount modifier -60 when you have 60 dev is huge, then you free up the thing to not be -80% of what it was before. Again, Finn Wilborn, thank you for the follow, big nice. The religious requirement of coring sounds so awkward with the Reformation in Europe. Yeah, you flip Protestant and suddenly you can't core anything, basically. To be fair, maybe actually with the religious level of religious tensions, maybe that's okay. Yeah, coding the change will be extremely challenging. It's extensive. Rebalancing is also would be challenging. Why the final Q&A? Because we're going to switch to Vic 3 for a while, so I think we're probably not going to do this, like, next week or the following week. At least for streams. We're still probably going to be playing a lot of EU5 in the background. Do banks lend money from their bank reserves? Are all banks zero reserve banks? There's no, like, fractional reserve system, if that's what you're asking. Is vassalizing a trade republic for their specific interactions with other countries, like Genoa for France Castile? Maybe, not that we've seen, though. War score cost efficiency? Hell yeah, brother. In terms of how you're playing economically, how viable is Ireland's resource for Ireland rent? I think Ireland has silver and stuff, so... Ireland's probably kind of okay-ish. They have, like, wool and silver. Ireland's probably being chilling. You can take a close look, though. Yeah, livestock and wool are pretty good now that you care about food. This map's not correct. There's, like, a silver in here. I think this fiber crops is now silver. So, yeah, you're in okay shape. You don't have much primos outside the silver, but having one silver for, you're talking about this size, that's pretty solid. It's more reasonable to nerf the amount modifiers give at this point. For, oh yeah, just, like, versus, like, switching the way the modifiers are calculated entirely. Yeah, I do not want them to do this at this point in time. This is, switching over to efficiency modifier, I don't want them to do this late in the game, 100%. And, like, I hope that people do not scream in the forums for this type of thing, because I don't want this changed. Long term, I would like it to switch to efficiency modifiers, and I think they could do it, like, one modifier at a time, but, like, right now, no. I think the despairing reality is that if they did stuff this way, not because they didn't see the issue coming, but because they want to appeal to people who love being OP and modifier stacking. I don't think so. Because I think that Johan's specifically talked against modifier stacking. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. I think best capital locations tier list will be very important for EU5. There's a lot of good locations for capitals. Like, I actually think Constantinople's pretty good. Constantinople, because you're getting a lot of naval surface area with Constantinople, but I think that the land you're connecting to, you can't push inland very well into it afterwards, right? Because it's all mountainous and rough terrain. Whereas London, you have the lowlands and you have northern France, and all of that's spectacular. So London might be the best place for a capital in the entire game. I'm not sure. There's also like where Wu normally makes their capital. In China is also maybe pretty good. Where else? Sevilla's interesting, but Sevilla, the problem is you don't have as many pops in southern Spain as you do in northern Spain, so it's a little bit rough. Generalist does knock on Anglican if he thinks you can't boost research. Oh, but that's just like a silliness. That's like I'm aware of Anglican. The context was talking about, like, Mayan and Aztec. I don't think it's easy to go Anglican on Mayan and Aztec, but yeah, you can get a bunch of flat research. You used to be able to get a bunch of flat research through espionage. But, like, the context we're talking in is, like, catching up as someone who's backward, which they don't have access to Anglican. Hey Lemon, how's it going? Is famine and pop starvation possible? I don't think so. I'm still insane from the forts, yeah. But with chess, you have all the info, and it's the best game on the planet. It is, probably. Or, well, actually, Go might be better. I just am not familiar with Go. I think the ratio of, like, complexity to depth is, like, something that's aesthetically pleasing from a game evaluation perspective, and, like, Go is really, really... not a complicated game, but it has like really a ton of depth. I actually like land VJ unironically because it means more RGO size, and RGOs are really nice. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I think it's not necessarily clear which one's better. I know right now at least, Playmaker's bullish on. Where's our India? Do we not have an India tab? Is bullish on moving the capital to the coast and doing it via coast. You lose the research speed from Vijay Anagar's, like, unique building, but, like, research speed percent modifier is just, like, not very strong right now, so you probably just don't care. You can't fail with VJ? Yeah, I've been saying it for a while that I think VJ is top 4 country. I think the top 4 is very clear, and then, like, the rest is, like, less clear. What's bugged with land? It doesn't apply the proximity cost reduction. Oh, hey, Powell. The bonus goes before the roads. Yep, Powell, I've talked to about it. So, yeah, it just does nothing. And so, yeah, the land modifier just doesn't do anything right now. I specify my question. If I understood correctly, provinces are only your core if you have them integrated and a majority culture and religion. So you conquer the whole territory. Which parts of you? Yeah, it has to be integrated. Over 50% your religion, and over 50% accepted or primary culture. You can have a mix and match the accepted and primary to get over 50%, but it does have to be over 50%. Yes, you have to do all that. But it's not on a per province basis, it's on a per location basis. So you can have multiple locations in a province integrated or accord and multiple not. It seems to be a mix of people that want world conquest possible and those that don't. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you have a fidelity to simulation, world conquest should just be impossible before, like, steam power. And even then, I don't know, world conquest with direct control should probably be impossible. You should probably have to use subjects. The problem is people really like discount modifier stacking. Well, okay, you can either have your arcade game, or you can have, like, something where, like, you don't get these weird absurd outcomes. So I think that you have to make a decision what you want, right? like from a game design perspective, you can't just you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can either have modifiers that are like reasonable or not. But in which case, why did we nerf the pound lock canals in Dev Province? If we want to run it up, like I think the design philosophy does not seem like they want to have these discount modifiers, even though I know some people like them. Not everyone likes them. Some people think that they're arcadey and silly and lead to absurd outcomes, and that's why they don't play EU4. Like the people who play EU4 and the people who like left EU4 are like two different populations, right? Because like I think like OPB doesn't like for example, doesn't like EU4 because it's board gamey, and he likes EU5 because it's not. And this is an example of how you get the thing board gamey, is stacking a bunch of discount modifiers. It's less fun in Civ 7. Actually, I think this is the one thing I like about Civ 7 is the efficiency modifiers. World Conquest should be close to impossible. It should be grueling. Well, even if it's possible, it is grueling because it's like 30,000 locations. And so, like, that's a lot of clicking. Just realized how much behind the stream he is. Yeah. Big true. Let's catch up on Twitch a little bit here, actually. Good afternoon. Oh, we said hi to Svanka. No, I think we already said hi. She probably left by now. If I'm not mistaken, this game runs on the engine, so it'd be the Clauschwitz engine, so it would perform poorly. Yeah, some things you can't do. Maybe don't start the game in 1337 then? No. Is colonizing someone else's land if they have less power protection still a thing? No, I think it's temporarily removed from the game right now, as it stands. Just because it led to weird situations and the upside didn't seem that good, I think is the evaluation. I kind of didn't want to see it go, but it's not a big deal. It was leading the AI to make stupid decisions, so maybe just on that alone is fine. After hearing all these AI problems, I assume full potential for the game is multiplayer. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. As you add more and more complexity to a game, it gets harder and harder for the AI to deal with it, especially if the complexity involves long-term plans. AI can be really, really good at being reactive and in tactical situations, but it's really hard to make AI good for strategic long-term decisions. Have you tried playing as Vassal? Nope. In Tinto Flavor number 19, it was shown that Sweden has a unique pop growth called cabinet action. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, maybe the strategy is to flip Muslim and then take a bunch of slaves. And then grow those. Does market access and control work like 100 in Capita? Next province over has cost of 7, so controls 93 in the next one. Roughly speaking, so currently, the way it works is that you get 75% of the proximity you get as control. So if you have 100 proximity, you get 75 control from it. And so you spend 7 to move over, and then the next place over will have 5 less control because it's 75%. But other than that, like, what you're saying is exactly like the way it works. Yeah, you pay for each link in the chain, and so as you go out and out and out, you slowly lose control. In fact, the market access operates in a similar way, and you can see the gradient just slowly change here, right, as you move further and further out. And that's kind of how it works with control. The thing is, control, there's like a lot of other modifiers, like level of urbanization gives you a lot of flat control and like this type of stuff. So it won't look as gradiated as this is, but it's the same idea. Middle of India for the capital. Oh man, he got an hour of comments at him. Not like this. Middle of India IMO. Lemon, you're talking about... So I think you either... Talking about where you put the capital in India... I think this is a really good spot. I think here is a really good spot. And I think, like, here is a really good spot. And a lot of this has to do with, like, what the terrain looks like. You have a lot of flatland, but in particular, there's a lot of jungle. And so here on the coast, I like because then you could actually push control by land into the middle pretty well. Here I like because Dev Province is insane and like you're in the middle of everything and you don't have to go through the jungle. So going through the jungle is a significant cost. So if you're here, you're going to have a lot of control in here. If you move to the coast, you're going to have to go through the jungle, except for here. So here might just be the best spot. But also here is kind of okay. The thing about here that's really, really good is kind of hard to appreciate looking at the terrain map mode, but it's that there's a ton of dev here, and dev gives a really significant discount on proximity. And there's a lot of pops here. So just having a ton of control up here, really, really easy, because you have a ton of dev already. Dev province is really going to bring you to the thresholds where the discount modifier is. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to show that. It's going to bring you to points where the increasing returns are getting absurd, way faster, way more easily. And so I think that's also like a reasonable place for the capital. I think Orissa's kind of a little bit rough, because you have like you have all this jungle, so you're not really getting the benefit of your proximity by land through here. So that's why I think like here might be better, or here might be better, because here you come up the river and you go through here. Orissa's a little bit rough, like specifically, so I would either move it this way or this way. If you're gonna move it to this coast though, like here makes sense, and I think up here makes sense. But I think that generally the resources and the terrain and stuff like that, it's desert, the resources are worse over here than they are here and closer to the Spice Islands. So that's another reason I like this other coast a little bit better. You're also closer to this, so you have a market capital here, so you have a nice power base here. You have a market capital here, so you have a power base here. You probably have a market capital somewhere inland here, so you can kind of push and have a power base there, and then a market capital there. So you kind of get like things going pretty well. It's just like in terms of like what you have going on. But I don't know. I feel like land is probably better, but with an incredibly low degree of confidence. Regarding like land versus naval, like I think moving the capital down here makes a lot of sense, like a whole lot of sense. For our Delhi game, we're just gonna keep it up here, but like we're not gonna like try and move it down here later, because we're gonna use dev province and stuff like that to make this a lot less friction. And like you can come up through this way and get to Delhi from central India if you use dev province, and the places you're dev provincing, like specifically closer to your capital, just have a ton of locations. So, yeah. How many builds have content creators received? Depends on the content creator. For most content creators, they got the April version, and then they got the most recent version. A few content creators had earlier access, so they got an additional version. And then, like, 3 content creators got the UI feedback version, so those people would have, you know, an additional one from that. But it depends on the content creator as well. Like, if they have something different going on with Paradox, then they'll have additional access, perhaps. So I'm glad they finally added the historical silver mines in Tipperary. World Conquest before Steam. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Or, sorry, World Conquest impossible before Steam. That's what I would like the game to be. Or it shouldn't be possible, but I won't say that World Conquest in-game is impossible before Steam. Especially because waging multiple wars is, like, tedious and difficult, but, like, you can do it, and, like, in theory, you should be doing it to try and World Conquest. I think colonizing the entire world might be one of the more difficult pain points, but currently, additional colonies don't really ramp up costs that much, so maybe not. For the record, I enjoy modifier stacking, but I just think it should be harder, albeit not impossible. It's more fun to break systems that's not intended to be broken. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of, I think that's, like... I'm much from a different perspective, and like a lot of the silliness and board gaminess of EU4 is like why I never tried to get back into EU4 after quitting after Leviathan. So, yeah, I'm the one that left EU4. It's just an absurd game. Yeah, so I think that the community's kind of separated on this, and like the EU4 community is more likely to be people who like the arcadey stuff because the people who didn't like the arcadey stuff left. Wow, there's so many elephants. Base price 10. Oh. I also think, so one nice thing about moving the capital down here, though, is there's so much pepper. There's so much pepper. down there. Since you get deep ocean exploration and discovery, is it possible for European nations to get New World before the age? I think it's possible, but they have to go through Iceland to Greenland to the northern portion. And then I think Korea can do it through Alaska, or Alaska or Korea. Or sorry, Alaska or Japan can do it through... Sorry, Korea or Japan can do it through Alaska. I have the most hours in EU4, and I think that EU4, because of the, I think it's because of EU4, because of the board gaming is and how flat the systems are. Yeah. I have no clue how much gold a building costs. It depends on the tier list, but it's like 50 in for a lot of the base buildings. It's like 50 production buildings, and then it's like 100 for the next level, and then I think it's like 200. So I think it just doubles, but like your income scales like exponentially, and then the costs scale like linearly. So you kind of just hit an event horizon. Yeah. The building cost is modified by the price of materials. Yes, you get up to a 50% discount. Oh, you're talking about Civ 7? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it was a discussion for the best capital. I think Flatland, Delhi, like south of Delhi, basically. Just south of Delhi, I think you want it a little bit closer over here, because the lion's share of the pops are in this scrum, and Delhi's just kind of at the top of it. But you also push control better downstream than upstream. But if we had a population map mode, yeah, there's so many more pops, like, in here than there is, like... This is, like, half of India's pops in here. And it's got a whole lot of dev, and the places are pop maxed. Delhi is, like, up here. So... And, like, this stuff is, like, not as good as this stuff or this stuff. I think you put it, like, down here. That way you can push down this way best, this way, and you're still close to Delhi and pushing up this direction. The game doesn't tell you base cost, list of efficiency modifiers, final cost. Oh, in Civ 7? Yeah. That's kind of opaque. I'm sorry about flashing the spreadsheet. My apologies. I'm almost caught up here. Hopefully Paradox can make those numbers more clear and efficiency stacking less arcane. Well, they show the discounts on the modifiers and this type of stuff. But yeah, the efficiency is going to be like a thing. Or I mean, sorry, not efficiency, just discount. I don't know. I don't like it. How impactful are pop growth modifiers and what sources are there? Strategies to maximize pop growth. So you get like up to 0.2% from prosperity. So you'll want to maximize prosperity. But that's kind of fairly easy to get. You'll get to up to 0.2 from unused arable land. Or not unused arable land. From unused pop capacity. So, increasing your pop capacity can increase your pop growth. You'll get 0.1 from a place being rural. So, having a strategy where you're mixing and matching rural is going to be useful because you'll get 0.05, or sorry, I think up to 0.1 from food in a province and 0.05 from food price. So, getting a lot of food is important, but your ability to store food, generally you need more urban stuff, so I think that you maximize pop growth by having at least one urban area in a province, but I think the amount of food you need to store is like proportional to the amount of pop you have, so maybe all rural is a little bit better, but eventually mathematically with some rural areas it's better to upgrade because they'll increase pop capacity by so much by upgrading, because town gives plus 20k pop capacity, and I think city gives plus 50k. Your pop growth will completely stop if you're at capacity, though, so you should just upgrade then, in terms of maximizing pops. Can't wait for the Tibet world conquest without moving a capital. Let's not. EU4 is so bad, the main reason why I can't do mega campaigns. This is how I feel about missions. I think missions are net negative for the game, but I think everyone left in EU4 missions enjoyer. Yeah, this is also this is probably a fair way of looking at it. And like EU5 is not EU4 too. Like You know what? If it was the same, like if it felt super modifier stacking-y and like this type of stuff, I probably wouldn't be playing it. So, like, I like Vic 3 because it's like trying to like have a high fidelity to like simulation. It just doesn't simulate like some things that it ought to. Really wish geography informs your decisions in Vic 3 like EU5. Same. This is like an example of a Vic 3 just... It's not that Vic 3's geography way of addressing things is absurd, it's just that it's just generally not very relevant. There's like some relevancy, but like, you have like Mappy in some places and this type of thing, but like, it's not... There's no like grand strategy around infrastructure or something like this, which I really, really love. In the next Vic 3 DLC, you can culture convert homeland with decrees. Do you think there's going to be any fun shenanigans you can do with this time, like UK removing the Irish to prevent famine? Yikes. Yikes. Let's not talk about the UK removing the Irish, eh? Yeah, there's going to be meme stuff, and people are going to finally have their like genocide meme runs, and they're going to be ha ha ha. Does food RGO grant any benefits to the location of the province in terms of food supply? No, but let's look at the... Do we have farming villages in here? No, but we have a fishing village. Maybe we could take a look. This is old balance. Some of the villages give food capacity. The farming village gives food capacity, so if you have a rural place and you keep it rural to produce more food... the farming village is going to give you % food production and flat food capacity, so that'll help out a little bit for helping with the capacity. Yeah, there's a state with 1/3 of the English pop. Insane. Loving it. He flashed it. Not like this. How do building stuff in other countries work? Do you use their pops? Yes, you employ their pops. You have to use your own? No, you employ their pops. Camera went out of focus? No, not like this. Looks in focus now. Okay, let's get a better background here. That's a little bit better for people. I'm someone who finds the arcade simulator stacking EU4 fun, and that's what I like about the game, but also deeply tired of it and want EU5 to be more simulationist. Yeah. Call that meme runs? I only buy the game for that reason. My meme runs will be where I focus on trade. Yeah. How do food resources RGOs work? Do you get both the food and the resource? You get both the food and the resource. So the resource often becomes super, like, minus 90% price, and is, like, kind of really not that valuable. But specifically cattle and sheep have uses for their resource afterwards. So do, like, a lot of the grains can be made into beer or liquor, but, like, there's not enough demand for beer or liquor for that to be, like, really major, but the demand for leather is generally kind of high, and the demand for cloth is high, so those are really valuable RGOs. Especially now. Before, you would kind of build over them, but now I think you don't build over wool or livestock. I mean, maybe as Ireland here, you'll build over some of the livestock, but I think keeping these rural to maximize the RGO count will be very, very reasonable, because you want a lot of food, so I think as England, you'll probably build over some of this wheat, though, because you just have so much food right next to your capital. You just need more urban density, or you'd like more urban density. But the second we see a legume or like a food RGO that produces less than 5 food, or less than 8 food. So the wheat produces 8 food, livestock produces 8 food, maize and potatoes produce 8 food, rice produces 10 food, wool produces 5, but wool is more valuable for its 2.5 base price. It's valuable for producing the cloth, so you don't build over it. But every other food RGO, you just put it like a city on top of, or urban area. So all the fish you build over, legumes you build over, this type of stuff. How is trade companies posts implemented? I don't know that much about trade companies. Having a trade building in someone else's country allows you to propagate maritime presence there, which gives you a bunch of trade advantage. So you can seize control of trade in that area, which is pretty valuable because that means you get to control the outgoing goods first. Is very valuable in the colonies because colonies are exporting a lot of goods. You know, if you're controlling a market that's mostly imported goods, it wouldn't be valuable. But do pops have an easier time colonizing areas with similar climate to their homeland? Yes, specifically Mali. Mali currently is probably the best colonial nation. We've said this before, but like I guess it's been a while since we've talked about it. But Mali is probably the best colonial nation because they are not affected by malaria. So, not only are you close to the New World, you can get to the New World very quickly. You can get institutions from Morocco if you're proactive about it relatively easily. You will also be able to colonize all of this a lot easier, and it feeds back into the Niani market. So a big cost of colonizing is that you lose the pops, right? Or the pops become in another country. When you colonize here, they're still in the Niani market, and they could just migrate back to the capital, and we notice that a lot. Also, the population here is enormous, so the amount of pops you need to commit to colonize it, to get full control of the area, is really high, and so Mali is very uniquely positioned to colonize this area, and then you have very easy, like, map out to, like, actually control a lot of this, if not all of this, and so, you know, you're in a really good shape in a way that other countries can't really make outposts that well because going through malaria is super painful. So, yeah, I mean, it's less of a climate thing and more of a disease thing. How does removing the Irish to prevent famine make any sense? Well, if they're not there, they can't starve, I think is the idea. Do you have a game plan for Yuan China run? Yeah, we're gonna release into Wu and play as Wu. Is there a drawback to having your pops work in another country? Not really. They're not in your market, so if you upgrade a peasant to a burgher, you're not creating the marginal increase in demand that stimulates the economy within your own market. But that's kind of like a weird marginal case. You're also not utilizing your pop, which is, I guess, a good thing if you're low on pop. So if you're trying to build tall, it's really useful. It's really nice. Do you think the high amount of pops in a province should impact the control in that province in a negative way? I don't know. Maybe you could do something like that. That would be a very significant way of nerfing the East. Right now, I think that of the top 5 countries, none of them are in Europe. And Europe probably only has 2 or 3 in the top 10. Do pops have food preferences in their baskets? Yes, based on culture. I think Mali and pops, or Mali primary culture, I believe they consume gold. Which I don't know if that's good or bad, because that means, so the Mandika people, I believe, consume gold. Not the peasants, but I think like the nobility do, or something like this. This makes it so all your gold is more profitable because there's demand for it. I just don't know if it's as you spread a ton more Mendika, I don't know if it's a bad thing for you that you're squeezing the gold. Probably it's a good thing, but I don't know. It's so if there's a specific pop that consumes a bigger basket of goods, then that's going to be really good for you. I don't know if this gold comes at the expense of other things, or if they just consume more gold. If they just consume more gold, then this is really good. Generally speaking, having increased buy orders is a good thing. And it leads more to the phenomena that Lemon pointed out with this video, where you have pops consuming more than they buy, or more than they get money. Which, again, just to be clear, I don't think is the biggest factor of spinning up free money in the economy relative to efficiency modifiers. When you decide where to urbanize, do you not take into account the location historically? No, we don't care about history in terms of where we're deciding to put stuff. But a lot of big historical cities are just already urban. Isn't the only difference for any food good how much food it produces? No, because wool and cattle can be used for secondary things. The wool can be used to make clothing, so like there's two functions of wool, and the cattle can be used to make tanneries. Although Mali has like altogether too much cattle, like this is so much. You can urbanize some of this. European countries will mainly interact with West Africa through building buildings in other countries rather than owning the land directly. Ideally, yes. Currently, the Niani market is hard to reach, so I think you actually getting a foothold in Benin or conquering a piece of Djalouf will make a lot of sense. This is what we did in our Venice game. We just conquered a piece, released it as a colonial subject, and then exported slaves through there. Yeah. Is there anything to simulate a food resource experiencing a blight? There is the Little Ice Age, which decreases food output by 25%, but it's not targeting a specific food. I don't know. I imagine there's some events, but yeah. So European countries will we already answered that? I mean, food goods specifically, not goods like fish over wheat. So like fish over wheat? Oh, they will have a specific basket they consume. Yeah, for the goods themselves and not the food, there's no substitution. They just have a basket of goods they consume, and that's what they consume. And so very often you'll have pops where you have a glut of food, but then you'll need to import sturdy grains because you don't produce any in your market, and your pops demand it, and so it's good for satisfaction. I don't know if you answered this question, but why? But did you get to play as France? Yes. What was your experience, old man? Man, the truth hurts. Our experience was we think that France is probably the strongest country in Europe. Thought France was really strong. France gets a lot of really good modifiers. Have they implemented a tariff system? No. Why is this the last Q&A in a while? It's because we're probably going to focus on Vic 3, and we also have like other things in the works. That I'm not going to give as much details on, but it's a big part of it's going to be probably the next at least 2 weeks we're going to streaming Vic 3. So yeah, because there's a new patch. We're also going to be streaming the new patch both pre-release day and the day. Let's catch up on Dennis. Thank you for the resub. It doesn't show the thing, but we're catching up on the Twitch chat now. Let's see. How good will EU5 be for roleplay games with multiple players? I think it'll be pretty good, especially because modifier stacking is like less of a thing. So like multiplayer where you're just swapping states to swap them back to give people mission tree completions and like this sort of strangeness isn't as much of a thing. How does building in other countries work then? You use their pops? Yeah. Are there ways to pressure population growth? Also, will island nations have a better chance of avoiding plague, like Australia and Japan? Well, there's no country you could start out on Australia, so you can't... Australia doesn't get the Black Plague, basically, from like that. Although you might end up getting it later. Japan, I think you would be able to avoid it if your daimyo didn't import stuff. Because you'd be able to completely stop incoming trade, but since that's the case, you can't really. But as Iceland specifically, you can completely prevent yourself from getting the Black Plague. However, then you will not have any disease resistance in your locations, and so the Black Plague can come around later and just wreck you later too, so yeah. Kiev is the best capital. Kiev's pretty good in that area. Laggy on Twitch? I'm not sure. As European countries are really profitable to trade with India and later China, like IRL, how they wanted to find a route to India. Yes. I mean, it's profitable to trade with basically everyone. And so as you get more trade range, you get a lot more profit and such. Is the Americas still considered the hardest parts of the game because you're Great Pestilence killing 90%? Yeah, and you don't get access to institutions for forever, so you just have... you're getting tech progress, but you can't spend it on anything, so you're just bricked, so it is pretty bad. Stellaris gets an update on Monday, Vic 2 on Tuesday. What a week. Yeah, so I'm going to be streaming Stellaris on Sunday, pre-release, and then Vicky on Monday and Tuesday, both pre-release and release. and then try and do my economics or my like metagame update, which I do, which is going to be a little bit less fleshed out than normal. But I don't think there's too many mechanical changes in this last patch, other than like increased like construction from like the peasants is like maybe a big deal, and then like separatist movements are like a lot stronger or something like this. It seems to me that Sparse is overrepresented in the British Isles and Iberia compared to the rest of Western Europe outside of other areas. Do you agree? I don't have an opinion on this. I really don't know the climate and vegetation level of like these European areas in the 1400s. The only thing I know is farmland is a little bit silly because they give out farmland not based on areas that had the most fertile soil, but instead areas that they need to have a lot more pop capacity in. That seems to be like the heuristic. Looks like we're not even getting that map mode, unfortunately. In this version, we just have we don't have vegetation, we just have topography, but yeah. How easy, difficult is pop assimilation if you're a smaller country annexing a larger one? A smaller country, it's rough if because you play your cultural offense, your cultural influence versus their cultural defense, their cultural tradition, and if they, by virtue of being bigger, have a lot more, you're gonna have a hard time. Is there no way to prevent export? Nope. Do you lose their food or so you don't lose food or wood without driving the price up? Well, you can't export or have someone import from you in order to create a deficit. So a deficit will never be achieved through trade. So this prevents it, but I kind of wish that was less of a thing. But yeah, there's no way for you to have any agency in preventing export. So generally speaking, when you overproduce wood to collapse the price, the burghers start exporting it. However, there is a effective demand modifier rather than just hard demand, and the demand and supply within your own market is more mathematically valuable for influencing price. So if you produce 150 wood and then 50 of it gets exported away by the burghers or other countries importing it, then what will happen is you will still have a low price wood because the supply of 150 is worth more than the demand of 150 because 100 of that demand is local, so that's worth the same as 100 local supply, but 50 of that demand is exterior, so it's worth less. The math on that is like, I'm not going to go into it, but that's like that's the way it works. So really cool that they have that, which means you will still have low prices if you're an exporter, this type of thing. But you can embargo individual nations. That's the thing. I was like, there's something else I wanted to say. You can embargo individual nations. So you can stop individual nations, and I guess you could embargo everyone, but you can't stop it in a granular way on goods. Do you need to conquer every location owned by a tag in order to switch to that tag? Probably. This isn't something we've tested. Is there a reason that the Great Bitter Lake in Egypt is a pass? And prevent an area from getting control of the Red Sea? Is a pass and prevents? What? I'm not sure what you're asking. We have Egypt, I think, kind of open here. Or we don't. Let's take a quick look. I think I know what you're asking, but just to like illustrate it on the camera for other people. So you're talking about this being a pass. So you can see here these gray areas are passes, and it takes 40 proximity to move through these, which makes accessing the Red Sea rough because you can't build a road through this. It'll always be 40 access, so you have to go around once you have railroads, or you just go through and you pay the 40, and it's like kind of pretty rough. And so you're asking, is there a reason that the Great Bitter Lake in Egypt is a pass and prevents you from getting control to the Red Sea? I don't know if there's a reason for this being a pass rather than like being a location that you can occupy or this type of thing. Egypt would be so much better if this were not a pass. Because that means everything in the south, you would be getting way more control. Ethiopia, you would be able to get a decent amount of control in Ethiopia as well. This would be a huge buff to Egypt. Egypt's already really strong. But also, you would want to keep the capital in Cairo. Currently, I think there's actually motivation to like move the capital to Gaza. Which we talked about a little bit earlier on stream, but the idea is that other locations that are coastal to the Mediterranean, this place is actually closest to the Red Sea in terms of locations that you can increase control in. This thing, or locations you can increase proximity impact. This thing just, by virtue of you always having to pay 40 to go through it, it makes it so it just like is crippling to proximity to get over here. So that's maybe a little bit of a play pattern that's perverse and is a reason that Egypt should be changed a little bit. I saw you not recommend Shagtai for playing the first time on Reddit. Can you elaborate? Well, you're going to be really far from institutions, so you're not going to have access to many institutions. The terrain there is really rough, so propagating control is like difficult. And also you're right next to Shagtai or like one of their subjects, rather, or like a country next to them. I forget which is the country that gets Timur, so you might just get rolled by Timur. And if you wanted to play in the region, I would just recommend the Timurids because they actually have content rather than Shagatai, which I don't think does. I feel that EIC will play quite a bit different now, aside from the obvious. Oh yeah, because they changed it so you, in order to get independence, it's much easier. And when you get independence, you get all the ownership of everything. Yeah, no, I think EIC is a good shout. That's a good one. Is it still fun to play as a sub-tier 3 nation? I think my favorite nation's Mali. I closed Mali. I really like Mali. I think Mali actually in multiplayer will be like punch way above its weight. I don't think it's going to be like a top multiplayer country, but like if you really get control of West Africa, you're going to be so annoying to deal with because anyone who wants to fight you is going to have to deal with fighting you through malaria. Like, you have this insane defense for malaria, and you have these insane resources, and you're just very isolated, very defensible, and like, I'm here for all of that. I'm like a big fan. I think Korea was a lot of fun. Korea is like one of the strongest countries, and is like just super, super crazy tall country. You probably hit like the escape horizon a little bit quick, but yeah, I think a lot of are going to be fun. I want to play and form my home country. It's north of Delhi. Trying to form Nepal's cause. That might be a little bit rough because Delhi has flavor to go after Nepal, so they're probably going to go after the region. So that might be really difficult. Will we get a soil mechanic? I think as long as vegetation is not dynamic, we won't. But if they make vegetation dynamic, maybe we get a soil mechanic. But there's also 30,000 locations. So they're going to need to figure out how they want to do a soil mechanic, probably that doesn't involve updating those individually and doing like research for those individually, because that's a bit of a Heraclean task. They've already kind of done the Heraclean task. Maybe they want to do it again, but I think that's a lot of dev hours if you want to get it perfect. Do you know what version of the Mississippi River is used in EU5? It's hard to tell as it's never shown. I'm not sure what you mean by which version of the Mississippi River. Have you tried multiplayer yet? I have not. I've heard that this version is much more stable than the last one in regards to multiplayer, so they're making progress on that. Can you get rid of foreign cultures by provoking separatist revolts? Or rebels randomly selected from pops? I don't think the levies specifically take... When they raise the levies in the armies, I don't think they specifically are taking pops of that kind. I don't think that granularity exists, but I've also not checked it. That's just me assuming. How well does the current balance represent the time period's agricultural yield of 110 to 20% subsistence, which results in an 80-90% of your pops need to be producing not to starve? I think poorly. I don't think you need 80 to 90% working on food. Hey, Ironfather. Welcome, welcome. That's disappointing to hear that the New World countries are back to how they were at the start of EU4 with no way to catch up. I mean, like, if you want the game to be a good simulation, it's going to be a little bit rough. You can get, like, the latest tech, you're just going to be behind on modifiers in a way that I don't think you can properly catch up on. So, like, if you have a bigger economy, though, you can field a bigger army, you can still win wars, but, like, catch up fully, probably not. Which country won the poll in your first playthrough, for your first playthrough? Currently, that's ongoing. The two that are going to the finals is going to be Netherlands and Japan, which Venice was doing really well, but then we had an AAR of it, and I think people like already play down on that. How hard it would be to unify Persia / Persian dynasty is Muzaffarids. Would you be able to profit off the spice trade in India through Europe, become super rich through trade? You'd be able to do pretty good work. I think pushing through that area. Is there a Persia one? Yeah, there is Persia in the Caucasus. I think you can expand reasonably well and get some stuff done. Overall, playing small countries and then starting the ball rolling and expanding, overall this is a pretty easy thing to do. And so I think you definitely could. I think that the lands in Persia are really bad. So I don't think it'll be a strong place to play your capital and like do this type of thing. But I think you can definitely form Persia and you can get a lot of income through trade. The real problem is like all this like super rough terrain makes it like difficult to push control, this type of thing. And so I think that like and you're like mostly desert and sparse, which is not good. Low levels of development, if you're talking Persia specifically. Like I think that you're really strong, like, or like Iraq is like reasonably good, but like Persia itself is maybe a little bit rough, and maybe you move your capital to Iraq. I don't think that's what you're asking me though. As far as resources go, you do have some saffron, a little bit of silver here. We haven't looked super closely at the resources in Persia in a long time. We got some gems here, so it's not one we know like the back of our hand like a lot of other areas. Wool and cotton are all great, but overall there's not too many premiums. The premiums being the spices, mercury, gold, and silver. I mean, I think it'll be definitely playable and you can have a run out of it. I don't think it'll be ever get really, really strong. I think you're going to be geographically limited. But you can push to the coast and then push to Arabia. The thing is, Arabia is kind of a weak region as well. And then, like, all of this is rough terrain to push through, so it's not like you're going to be able to push a ton of control through there. Thank you for answering your questions. You're welcome. Someone retracted your question. I agree. Do you have any thoughts on Sicily interacting with starting location and terrain? No, we can take a look at it, though. Or actually, we do have some thoughts. I think that Sicily might actually be one of the best places to put the capital in the Mediterranean. For purposes of pushing control. They have some really, really good, really high, like, level natural harbors. So, like, I forget exactly where they are in Sicily, though. So I can't really tell you. But it might be reasonable for putting the capital for, like, a naval play. You don't have a market center here, but you have a market center here, and you have a market center here, and you can push 100 control to both of these market centers. Or, sorry, right here in Naples. And you could push quite a lot to Genoa as well. And then you could come through Naples and, like, you could get, like, a lot of market access in a lot of spots. And also push along North Africa really well from here. So I think that the tip of the boot might be a really good location for a capital. But, like, okay, looking at the other stuff, because I'm not sure that was entirely your question. You have hills, mountains. You're never going to get an absolute insane amount of... Or, like... Generally, you don't want to urbanize hills and mountains because it's hard to get a lot of dev there, right? And you don't want to urbanize, like, woodlands. To be fair, you can get a decent amount on farmlands, and these farmlands are probably where the natural harbors are. And so it's less about building up here specifically and more about pushing it elsewhere. But being a naval spot that's in between market capitals is pretty good because you'll be able to get, like, 100 here and 100 here. And so it's like you have 2 power bases instead of 1. Because normally you want a complete overlap of 100 control, 100 market access. Because hide your children. you get really, really fast months to replace, and compounding, this allows you over a very short period of time to increase your economy a lot. So over the course of, if you're expanding in the capital and market access with some assumptions we have for the spreadsheet, we're not going to unpack the spreadsheet. You have like 500% growth in like 10 years. If you had like if you had really high control with low market access, it's like 250% growth. And this like, and if you're like, let's call it 70 of each, mean time to replace gets to 92, which looks like it's like half as much, but it's not. You have half as much eco, because if you look at a 20-year span, you're going to get like 800% increase versus 8,000% increase. All of this compounds, and the compounding nature of it's really important. So that means small marginal like advantages in control and market access are extremely important. And Sicily is in a spot. Not a lot of countries are in a spot where they can push to multiple markets and get them 100 market access via naval, but Sicily is. And so this is maybe a little bit of an interesting one. But yeah, it's going to be mainly about your location within the Mediterranean geographically is actually quite nice. But Naples might just be a better capital too. I'm inclined to think Naples is a little bit better, but this lets you get more of North Africa and into Iberia. This lets you push better into Italy and also into the Balkans. But actually, I mean, sea zones through here into the Balkans, maybe Sicily's just best for the best location for a capital in the Mediterranean. Be between Sicily and Constantinople, but the problem is the place you're pushing to, it doesn't have a lot of flatlands, it's like a lot of hills, and so it's not as good, whereas this is pushing into a lot of pockets that make for good markets and this type of thing. How much pain do you think Colonial Iceland, Greenland is going to be moving the capital of the New World is going to be? Oh, I don't know, I haven't tried anything remotely close to that. It's hard for me to tell. I'm not sure if you're allowed to move your capital to a new continent. No, you are. You are. Not. I guess it shouldn't be hard at all. How hard is religion switching? Real hard. You have to have like 40% of your pops be that religion. I think there's like a game setting though that might make it easier. How's pop growth compared to Vic 3? It's kind of slow. Why the final QA? Because we're going to be switching up to Vic 3, I think, for the next couple Saturday streams. And we've been doing this for Saturday streams. Unless there's a massive demand for it, but also there's been fewer of you guys coming out each time, but I guess there's a decent amount of you on this one. The Mississippi changed constantly, the maps are insane on how it shows. I imagine they used the maps on a more recent, on a Mississippi close to the time date rather than a recent one. USACE, United States Army Corps of Engineers. Okay. Did you form Europa? No, I'm not that interested in having deep runs to like accomplish specific things relative to just trying out a bunch of different nations. Right now I'm trying to acquire more information on the game and trying to learn how to play the game at a higher like kind of quality, and I think going for those mega deep runs makes a lot less sense. They make a lot more sense now that I upgraded my computer and I can actually get like decent performance, because I was quitting a lot of runs for performance reasons. I suppose that's maybe worth mentioning, that something that you guys would care about is that like the performance difference upgrading from Ryzen 5600 to like what is it, like the 7 series 9800 3DX or something like this. I forget the name of the processor. We also upgraded graphics card, this type of thing as well. But the game like runs more than twice as fast in like early 1500s or something like this. Which to me means that there's not a small difference, like that's an enormous difference in terms of processor. And we also went from 24 gigs of RAM to 64 gigs of RAM, and we also upgraded to the 4070 Ti graphics card. But like all of that combined means that if you're on a rig that looked like closer to mine, like that's maybe like a little bit worse than I had thought before like upgrading, and so maybe upgrading is like more important, because we would have like stutter and lag and like a little bit, and for us it was tolerable, it was fine, but just something to think about is the upgrade makes an absolutely enormous difference, or it did for us. And this is, we haven't even updated our drivers and our our drivers are we updated drivers, but we didn't do a clean reinstall, so we still have all the other motherboards, drivers, and stuff on our storage device as well. So, in theory, it should be even better if we were to fix things. So, is everyone in the Khanate doomed to just die to Timur? We've seen Timur just kind of be unsuccessful a lot, but I don't know. We haven't watched that close. We haven't seen Timur just run over everyone, but I guess we haven't watched very close. What methods are there for switching government? I think that, so you can do it as a republic to a monarchy if you just get really low republican tradition. I don't know how monarchy goes to republic, though, which kind of is a bit of a bummer, because we'd rather be a republic basically always. Can any Eurotag create the East India Company, or is it just England and the Netherlands? I think you could rename something to the East India Company, and you can rename subjects, and you could have trade companies, so you can rename them. I don't know if there's specific East India Company trade content, so I'm not really sure. Are there any areas of the map that are super fun playing once you start doing the post-release revision/content? I think that, hands down, the most enjoyable situation is probably the Ottomans one. So generally speaking, from a fun perspective, I would recommend playing in either Italy, because Italy gets a ton of situations, or as the Ottomans. I think that those would be my two most suggested. Yeah, the Ottomans, they give you a lot of ideas of what you should be doing next and this type of thing, and are a little bit kind of streamlined in that way. Thank you so much. Thinking of playing a trade-focused Sicily to rival Venice and Genoa. Bummer about the hills and mountains, though. Yeah, so early on it's going to kind of be rough, but eventually, once you get maritime, you're going to be able to do some cool things. Can I do a funky Aboriginal Chinese Emperor Pope like in EU4? I think that'll be harder. Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. Thank you, Silor. It's officially the best gaming CPU. Happy for you. You'll be solid on all the Paradox games. Yeah, it feels real good. So he has multiple personalities. Yes, we do. Thank you for noticing. Hey Roxanne, how's it going? What are some of your features that makes you want to play the game? I really like control and the building of infrastructure, and that there's kind of a very in-depth economic thing going on. That's kind of city builder-esque, that makes you care about where you're doing things, how you're building up your economy, locations, and just how a lot of those systems interact with each other. Can you and would it be satisfying to import goods from one market and just to sell to another? Yeah, we did that as Egypt. We arbitraged spices. We imported spices from India, and then we exported them elsewhere. My first game will be as Florence. Is the food management going to make it complicated? Yeah, it is. You're going to... So here's the thing. As Florence... Actually, we can... I think we have to use the first Tinto maps because the other one's not going to show the markets. As Florence... Do we have a market map mode, baby? As Florence, you're right in the middle of here. Okay? The second part is Florence. The food resources in Italy are all up here. So the Venice and Genoa market have a lot of food, but they're here and here. And the Naples market has a lot of food, but it's down here. If you make a market in Florence, you'll be here, and there will be very little food. And it feels very, very rough. It's like the food hell zone. But you want to make a market because you have poor access to any of the markets, and you'll probably be split between multiple markets. So Florence specifically is to min-max Florence is actually an interesting thing, and it's actually a bit difficult. And so here, we're actually going to make a note of... We kind of want to talk about this in a short... but yeah, there's the food hell zone of Florence that is kind of interesting because we've tried making markets in Florence. Shout out to the loud cars. And it's rough. It's rough. How would you do a Persia run? By moving my capital to Iraq, probably. I don't think that's the question you're looking for, but or the answer you're looking for, but it's maybe the answer that's like most appropriate. Like, I don't want to have a capital in the middle of all this rough terrain. If I want to play in the region, I probably want to move the capital to Iraq. I don't know if that for you means you're not playing as Persia anymore. But also, look, there's like a lot of dev from Iraq. You can push control pretty well over here, and like kind of along the coast of Persia and into Arabia and this type of stuff. From like Persia, if you're like capitals in here, you like can't even really push that well to your interior because like look at all this. Plateaus are more expensive to push through. Hills are a bit more expensive to push through, and mountains are very expensive to push through. And you're just like, it's just rough terrain. But here, if you're along the river here, all this is flatland. And it's Mediterranean, so you could get high pops here. So having multiple markets alongside this train and getting that there, and then also like markets over here, like, it's much easier to play from Iraq. Bloatware, no! Yeah, basically. Does colonizing make you richer? It's a little bit slow, but it gives you access to more RGOs effectively. Is kind of the best way of looking at it, because the RGOs will be really valuable. Colonial nations give you a third of their trade capacity, and then you can do things to get trade advantage there so that you control the trade, and so it allows you to control and get RGOs, whereas back in Europe, you will have fully expanded your RGOs and you don't have access to any more RGOs. So that's kind of what it does, and it can be pretty valuable, and you extract most of the value if you can control the trade out of there. But it is a little bit slow, and the event horizon to kind of get your money back is kind of a little bit long, but they also help you out in wars and stuff like this. Specifically, the only area that's really, really good early on that you can colonize is going to be like Cuba, because a lot of the places that are good in South America up here, like I think they have more pops, they're slower to colonize, they're more expensive, but specifically Cuba you can get going. North America just kind of has booty resources, so yeah. Which situation have you enjoyed the least? Well, some situations are just painful, so they're maybe not enjoyable, but like they're good to have and interesting. Like the fall of Delhi is like rough. But like what situation do we just like not enjoy? We've had versions in an earlier version of the game, we've had like situations that are just bugged out and you just don't get to engage with it at all, and it's just like dead. I guess maybe the Council of Trent just kind of doesn't feel like much of a thing. In multiplayer, where all players are considered equal, how often we expect Mamluks to just run away with the game? And from Europe, is there any tags/combination tags that would be reasonable to find? If people band up against the Mamluks, then the Mamluks will struggle. Delhi could also present troubles to the Mamluks. Mamluks, the thing is like, I don't know how many shit lists you want to get on, because Mamluks, you're here. You don't really get a lot of value from taking, like, pieces of Italy. I guess you could take them as subjects, but I think diplomacy is kind of important in multiplayer, just in the abstract, in a way that most multiplayer players in these games, I think, tend to, like, not really value that highly. Mamluks just don't get that... Relative to other countries, Mamluks just don't have very much expansion that they can do profitably. Other than just in South in Ethiopia. But you are, like, the strongest at game start. But I think you can coordinate, like, to kind of try and utilize fortifications and avoid their army and have a bigger navy. And if you crush the Mamluks' navy, they're gonna not be able to do that much. Like, multiple Europeans can easily field a bigger navy. We talked about the Mamluk barracks and this type of stuff, but if you stop them navally, this would probably be the way you have to go about it. And then, like, I guess the Ottomans would have to worry about them just walking across, but, like, someone in Italy wouldn't. I don't know. Did the Bank of Medici ever do anything? We didn't take loans, so it kind of doesn't do anything if you don't take loans. Hey Fulham, how's it going? Do you think that you're going to play Project Variety for EU5? If there's a mod for it, we'll at least check it out. We'll check out a lot of mods. Probably not close to release, though. We'll probably play a bunch of vanilla closer to release. Moving the capital of Iraq is what makes the actual Persian empires did as well, so it makes sense. Okay, well then that works fine. Do you understand culture conversion? I could convert to Farsi as a mod with only 11% of it. I've not done culture conversion, but the RP inside of me says no. No, I mean, like, I've not taken a close look at culture conversion. Mainly because, yeah, the RP inside of me does say no. But if you're trying to stack modifiers through multiple formations, then I guess you're supposed to do it. I, don't like that. I think it doesn't brick any of your cores when you do that, but I wish it would. When will content creators... We're not allowed to answer that question. I hope they make different nations play uniquely or at least interesting. They definitely play quite a bit different. A lot of patterns are similar because you do want to build up infrastructure as everyone, but they do feel different. What about Mams into Greece? Maybe looks fighting Greece or swapping to being Greek? Japanese clans split? Not really. Is it difficult to send large amounts of troops to the New World? I'm hoping logistics and attrition will actually be a problem. It's not a problem from, like... Your boats are vulnerable and you have to pay for the boats, and it can require a lot of boats, but it's functionally not very difficult. You just kind of send them over. It feels like about like EU4, I think. Yeah. You said the passes are doo-doo? What passes? Easier to invade up? Oh, through here? Yeah, in terms of pushing control. I think you do push into Ethiopia. I think you actually end up pushing through here early and then here eventually. But you're getting like minus 40 control. If you... I think you do expand Ethiopia. But, like, as Egypt, I would rather ally with an Ethiopian player and let them control it and get more value that way. Which is why I said I think Diplo is a bit of a thing. Egypt, you push naval value and you, like, look to control the coast of the Red Sea, but, like, honestly, like... Oh, that's not what we wanted. That's not the one we wanted. So I think having someone who's just, like, allied with you, you're like, look, I'm Egypt, I could take all this stuff, but you're gonna have way better control. You post up your capital here, you grab all of this, I'll grab everything on the coast, and together we'll be stronger. And also, like, the Ethiopia player will basically be, like, kind of low-key and vulnerable. Like, they just have to worry about Mali from the other direction. I can't remember if they have disease resistance or what exactly that looks like, but the resources here are just insane. But, like, you put your capital, like, somewhere over here, and then you can't really push the coast that well anyways, so Egypt takes all the coast stuff, and then you're just, like, you help Egypt out, and Egypt helps you out, and with the combination of the two, like, I think you're in really good shape. But you just, like, look to get all of this, basically, as... I think it's better to team up with Ethiopia than just to eat them. Eating them is still plus EV, though. That's still positive value, and you definitely could. There's a lot of good resources in here. How easily can you grow your population without conquering new land? Does it plateau eventually? It slowly trickles off, because as you approach your pop capacity, you lose out on about a third maximum pop growth that you can get. Because it's based on pop capacity, and then once you hit the pop capacity, it just hard stops. Like, it's a hard limit. So that is somewhat of a catch-up mechanic, but it's really just, a lot of it's just about having high numbers of pops at game start. Also, if you can have a good Black Plague, like, lose very little pops from the Black Plague, that'll make a big difference throughout the course of the game, because it's all based on, it's all percentage growth, so having a bigger pool at game start is important, so losing less to the Black Plague is a big deal. I think EU5 would make logistics and supplying your military with food and weapons much more challenging. Yeah, I've been meaning to leave feedback. I don't know exactly how I want to phrase it, but the food should just be way harder for armies to access. And so logistics trains should just be more important, and that currently doesn't feel like the case. So, yeah. I'm 4 hours late. Time to start the stream from the beginning. We are looking to end things kind of soon here. Yeah, for Florence specifically, you're just like, it's in such a rough spot. I don't know how you're supposed to fix the food problem. Because someone on Twitch is asking about Florence. You might be able to get it to work, but the thing is as you urbanize and less of your pops are peasants, you get less peasant food production, and once all your pops are burgers, like, the resources in here, it's like just wool and a couple wheats, and like, look, here's a bunch of wheats and a bunch of livestock. Also, there's more wheat and livestock, I think, now on the like live patch, and there's rice, and you're just gonna be cut off from all of that if you do this, so... We can't talk about when we can show footage. Is there a tech that increases pop capacity by a lot? Not by a lot, but Mali has one that increases it by 10%, and there's not a lot of countries that have this modifier at all. Now, to be fair, there's a bunch of percent modifiers you already have. Like, you have up to 150% from being Mediterranean, so... can London... a bunch of other cities, but no, all of the new